said, this morning I cleaned everything, so everything's gonna be wiped down. It's your germs that you feel or have, and if those slide real
Candy?
quickly, I know, I put candy in it.
And I'm not a candy guy.
Well, there
I
you
really
go.
appreciate it today.
I know. And then, I put some, pledge on this and it got to sliding so bad, I said, you pay loose stuff. But, anyway, for once I'm ahead of schedule.
Yeah. It's insane. We have to.
Right, right.
There are too many that you hire.
The old, teacup property over right here.
Yep.
And then this is somebody else's.
So,
He's already.
I just want you to know that they are working on
So
it.
you got that.
Right.
She missed the right hand side of it.
She didn't miss it.
I mean, it didn't fit. Oh.
$500.
Yeah, you know?
Oh my God. Did I break it?
Okay, yeah, all right.
Are you prepared to proceed?
Right. But for that point, then we can have. Yeah, that's true. That's it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure he is.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep. I wanted 2 hours up there.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know that about Larry.
Yeah, and, so he's been talking to me a lot
Good.
on that, this and other.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Go into executive session. Only read
That's awesome.
the first one, which I, or not this one. Read in that one. Because that's what we're going to executive session for. And then later in the meeting, we'll revisit this item and we'll go into executive session for that. We'll do this after the sworn council at the very end of it. This will be the last of it.
No, I didn't say that. Did you start it over on August second?
Yeah, go back and read it.
Well, hold on, I did. It was wrong. And I tried calling you. People call, it's supposed to be something.
No, I live out in the metal roof.
Yeah. Well, no, I think it's actually my fault.
And metal siding or metal.
But
That's not.
I went back to clarify. Yes, it is a typo. It's supposed to be Article 2, Section 1. So. The other issue is, I'm sorry, that's what they're doing. That's what they're practicing.
I'm sequencing my neighbors and I don't want to dig and cry. I just took practice across the fence one day and she needed anything to just holler, you know. He's going well. It's rapid. So his mobility and his right arm and his leg aren't real good yet. His arm is worse than his leg. I don't want him on any unleaded surfaces. It does go out to the farm. He's got people helping him out at the farm, so that's good. Maurice Peacock was sitting there a while ago, so as he was speaking, he was going to go for a ride, maybe. Paul Tudor's been taking him and breakfast. The community's been good to him. He delivered dinner last night, so. He likes my wife's cooking. Good for him. Yeah, poor brother-in-law.
One day at a time.
One day he was out working on the farm and he had trouble. What's going on? Go to the doctor. The doctor can't find anything. Do a full body scan. So you got. This is where they come from. So they have to do some more studies. Look cancers and breast. Yes. I'm thinking 40 years of agricultural chemicals. To you.
Yeah.
High concentrations and probably a low level of practical protection.
Take care of all the nasty stuff, like it's okay at first, and then the longer okay.
Nothing concentrated.
Yeah.
And it still does it.
Deal with Roundup and fertilizer.
Oh, yeah.
Herbicides,
Every time a little,
various
yeah.
I didn't clean out the drawer, though, did I?
pesticides and herbicides.
I used to run the OSHA program at Altus Air Force Base. So I had to do all that shop visits and everything, so.
You know, he probably heard another one last one.
Back then.
Your spot. You're back.
You're on the right,
How you doing, sir? Good to see you.
It is pretty cool. So my brother had Caesar.
Hi, how are you?
I saw you at the dance recital, but you didn't see me.
Where were you?
About 3/4 of the way back on the door side. So you did a dance recital?
I did.
Did you video record it?
Grant,
You guys share.
actually, we do have a recording of it.
I didn't see Bradford, but Bradford's wife greeted y'all.
He was working
Oh,
this Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was working.
yeah. Yeah, I had a granddaughter in that deal. Oh
Aww.
Um, They, yeah, those are fun events. They always are. Of course, our granddaughter is the same age as, or a little bit, yeah, about the same age. They're in between.
She gets down.
Yeah.
And she dances up in Austin.
Get them all in.
Going and
That's
watching
it.
A
these
little
two.
late, we're getting them all in.
That's it.
They,
We left right after my granddaughter, well, she danced 2 days skits.
Right.
My wife wasn't feeling good, so.
Well, we had to go, where did we go? We had to leave, we went out at 8 and then went to Quee that night.
Steve Jones.
Hey, Miss Attorney.
Miss Attorney.
I was driving
I
down the
honestly
road.
can't remember your name all the time. I'm bad about names. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I had a judge today, he's like, honey, come on up here, I gotta talk to you. And I'm like, yes, sir. He's like, I didn't even know it was you.
I would do, I would try not to do that to you.
The doodle polls. How does the whole freedom of information thing, if a council sent out doodle polls, you know, where you go on to, you know, a computer and you get to check off what your thoughts are on different things.
Oh, okay.
Doodle polls.
Gotcha.
I don't Google poll.
Doodle.
I don't doodle poll.
Well,
I don't book face.
some people do.
So
I don't Snapchat. I don't Instagram.
usually that stuff, the results of the poll either go to the city secretary or go to whatever agent that the city hired to run that poll. And if that information is held by that agent, whoever set up the poll, sometimes it's real nice. It is still,
So if someone asked to see it, then it would be, it could be provided to them. Yeah.
and we were able to download it, you know, offline, whatever, you know, we have to produce it. But some folks, they make them, ephemeral, which means that, you know, once the results.
Get ready for your moving weekend?
Is that a bad thing?
Get your wife and daughters ready.
Well, I could see some, and not that we're doing it, but I could see where someone would put out a doodle poll saying,
Oh, wow.
what are your thoughts on these
I bet
ordinances?
so.
So we basically are getting everybody's thoughts before we hit a meeting.
And so
It needs that feminine touch, yeah.
Well, let me know if you need muscles to,
we may very well.
She's got one in her house.
yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah, basically they're poles. They're just,
Yeah, but work with legs.
you can have that one. I did not bring that
Y'all
over.
had
You put it over.
WD-40 put on your chairs too, so don't
Man,
squeak
someone
it.
Oh, right.
I did that this
candy
morning.
supply?
Hey, you're awesome.
Brought it all over.
Well,
You're always awesome.
don't get used to it.
Yeah, I just realized
He's gonna need to perform.
it don't squeak.
Well, we'll see. I hope not. You might fall out of it.
Oh yeah, that's where I
Don't
was
lose
at.
my piece of paper, because I like to never found it. It's the Wi-Fi.
I've got it.
Stuff in there.
Oh, you didn't have
That
that.
didn't work.
I had it in my office because I think,
Yeah, they had that recital
Yeah,
At the Braden Keller Center Saturday
yeah,
night.
I had it.
that's awesome.
My granddaughter was in it as well.
Okay.
That's awesome.
We didn't go because her other grandmother is there.
Okay.
And,
You ready, Deborah?
2 months before the wedding.
We're recording.
All right,
Okay.
so let's call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock. So next is roll call. We have everybody here from districts 1 through 4. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Oh. Please pray with me. Dear Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for the break in the rain. Rain's good, but not too much of it. Thank you, Lord, for the time we have tonight to deal with the city's issues and needs. And we pray, Lord, that you would keep us in your, under your guidance and help us, Lord, to be wise and careful. Help us, Lord, to serve you and serve these people. In these things we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thanks, Paul.
All right. Next item is citizens' comments.
Good evening, Bob Lee, 1340 Gentiles. There's only a 33% chance I'll be here after the next 30 minutes. So anyway, a couple of things I wanted to mention as a citizen. Brush pickup. Remember, we talked about this new contract and that it could cause issues. And with this unusual storm that we had that cleared a lot of dead and weak branches off trees and whole trees, there was a lot more to pick up than is authorized. And I've talked to the mayor about it. And I hope there's a solution we can find that's affordable and takes care of the need. He asked that I leave my extra on the curb until next month, and as long as our code lady doesn't cite me for having stuff out before the week and before the thing, I would appreciate that. But if you go down Algiers, there's 5, 6, 7, 8 piles, half as big as that room over there, people that had to do something with it. Tonight you have something on the agenda about drainage that needs to be addressed. I know the mayor and Scott both got some emails from me about the drainage coming down Geneva that flows across my lot. I dug a ditch when I moved in there in order to get that water to the back. I have never, ever seen it as ferocious as it was during the storm about 2 weeks ago. I had 5-gallon buckets and cans from the street where the ditch starts. It's about 200 to the end of the ditch. There was enough water to carry that stuff another 350 feet through the grass down to the river. I mean, it was unbelievable. I got plenty of pictures of it. I think Geneva needs to be a part of that thing to look at on drainage. He has something about a chipper on there. It may be a great idea, but I didn't see anything about alternatives in order to take care of the brush and trees and limbs other than just the chipper. I understand it's in the budget from last year, but if I happen to see you later this evening, I will be asking for some data on why that makes the best solution for us. Maybe you can go up down the streets and get extra brush. I think that'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, we got anybody else? All right, next item, consent agenda. Minutes for May 11th, 2021, regularly called council meeting. Do I have a motion on that?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda item.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, motion passes. All right, next is swearing in of Patrol Officer Ryan Murphy.
You should have this. Hold on right there. Yes. Here's a pen.
Do you have the picture for?
I will. I'm glad you reminded me.
There you go.
How's it going?
Doing good up yourself, sir.
Alright. So, this is the first swearing in I've ever done. So, please repeat after me. Raise your right hand. Thank you. I, Ryan Murphy,
I, Ryan Murphy,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of police officer
that I will faithfully execute the duties of police officer
for the city of Castroville,
for the city of Castroville,
of the state of
the
Texas,
state of Texas,
and will do the best of my ability to preserve and defend the Constitution
and will do my ability to best protect, preserve, and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's a little background on Ryan. We stole him from Hondo PD. I think he did 4 years over there.
About 3.5, sir.
Yeah. And we were lucky enough to scoop him up. And I probably get an attaboy from the public at least next week on this stuff.
Really?
Looking at us and for us.
Good deal.
Better east over here. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Glad to
Thank
have
you.
you aboard.
Welcome aboard.
All right, cool. Thanks, Ryan. All right, next item. Review application submitted to fill the vacant seat for District 5. Okay, so I had asked for well, first of all, I've got to say, I'm really excited that we had 3 people that were volunteering for this. Normally, we don't have quite that much interest, and I think that it shows that we've got good people that are willing to do a good job, and I really appreciate people stepping up. So what I had asked, so I know that we have the applications. I'd sent out a group of questions, and what I'd like to do is get you guys to come up one at a time, state your name, and just run through each one of the questions on there, and just keep it, if you can, less than 5 minutes for each one. And then we'll have an opportunity for council to ask you questions. So what order do we have these on?
I have them in alphabetical order. I believe Mr. Dyer's first.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Herb Dyer. I reside at 901 Gentile Street. My wife and I have been residents of that home for over 22 years. But the guys at World Headquarters would probably still call me a wash-in. I first became involved in Castroville in 1968 when Father Leo Gertz married Nell Rose Rempel and me in the St. Louis church. She was born in the Castroville Hospital on Euston Square and lived here until we were married. My wife and family resided in Castroville 3 previous times. In 1968 and 1972, while I served 2 combat tours in Vietnam as a helicopter pilot, as well as 10 months in 1971 when I worked in San Antonio. I want to be the District 5 City Council member because I want to help those who reside in District 5 by representing their concerns. I want to help the city government improve our city and make it a better place to work and live. And I want to continue my lifelong efforts to perform public service. The 6 biggest near-term challenges that I see the city facing: first is improving our current aged infrastructure to guarantee good city services. Secondly, to provide adequate new utility infrastructure to support the coming growth. Thirdly, ensuring current citizens do not have to pay for new development. Fourth, learning lessons from the Alsatian Oaks development experience to improve our future development agreements to get the best possible deals for the city. Fifth, maintaining a stable city workforce that is well equipped to do their jobs. And sixth, maximizing city revenues by encouraging new business growth and responsible development while keeping property taxes as low as possible. I believe I am best suited to serve as the District 5 Council member because I was elected in 2018 to the District 5 City Council member position, and I successfully served my full 2-year term. The City Council elected me Mayor Pro Tempore in 2019, and I served 1 year in that capacity during a very tumultuous time, having to preside over at least 6 City Council meetings with no prior notification from the previous mayor that she was not going to participate. I have excellent leadership skills learned and practiced throughout my 26.5 years in the Army. My civilian position as a program manager for 11 years, working for IBM, Loral, and Lockheed Martin, gave me extensive experience having profit and loss responsibility for large-scale programs valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars annually. I also operated my own small business as an information technology consultant for 3 years. I was a positive influence in building 2 city budgets during my tenure on the City Council. I wrote several resolutions and policy documents and contributed significantly to the Alsatian Oaks Develop Agreement and to the hiring of our current police chief. The 4 key initiatives I will pursue, if you select me, during the remaining year of this City Council term are: first, to meet the city's utility infrastructure improvement obligations to keep Alsatian Oaks on schedule and start Phase 2 as soon as possible. Secondly, I'll work to finalize a contingency plan to fund and replace the city water well we lost over a year ago. Thirdly, I will give the city administrator the things he needs to protect our city employees from lingering COVID-19 threats. And lastly, I'll work to be prepared to address unexpectedly high costs for goods and services this budget year caused by forced shutdowns and labor shortages. My long-term goal for serving the city is to perform as the District 5 Council member and use my vote to improve the city every way I can. I have performed volunteer activities for the city for about 16 years, including serving as a member of the Airport Advisory Board, chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission, chairman of the Zoning Board of Adjustments, member of the Financial Advisory Board, and a member of the Long-Term Planning Committee, and serving as an elected official in city government for 2 years. You have my application and resume, so I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Great. Do we have any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
I have no questions.
No questions.
Thanks, Herb, by the way.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Herb.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Next up, Bob Lee.
I'm going to take the rest of his time, but he used it all. I'm only applying because my wife, isn't teaching, and she needed some time alone without me there. My name is Bob Lee. I live at 1314 Gentiles on Mayor and Councilman Row here in Castroville. It's amazing how little attention we actually get there. I provided you a lot of the information on my application that answered some of the questions that the mayor put out in his questionnaire. Also gave you a copy of some more detailed answers to his questions, which you have there. And as long as he allows me to have the opportunity to go over some of those, I would love to do that. Thank you. I didn't give you a military resume. Myself, like Herb, he served in the Army. Frankly, it's a little bit harder than serving in the Air Force, but I've got 31 years as enlisted mechanic and as an officer doing aviation and, squadron, group, wing, major Air Force level. I was a wing DO, wing vice commander, big into electronic warfare, air crew survival, and electronic security. So I've done all that. After I got out, I spent 3.5 years on an Air Force contract for air crew seats for all of the heavies. And my function was to write test criteria for static and dynamic testing for air crew seats. So I was a technical writer. Unfortunately for the city of Castroville, I took a lot of those skills as I served on planning and zoning, airport board, council, and other functions to make sure that the words we put on paper were actually what we intended to say and not what we thought we were saying with those very words. I was very particular about minutes being accurate and allowing the council to go back and read, or the board to go back and read and see what actually took place and why the answer that was come up with. Ms. Howe can tell you how much she disliked that in the beginning. Please don't say anything, Ms. Howe. Anyway, I probably have more time on the podium here than anybody in Castroville talking about ordinances and other policies with suggestions and reading. I get very, very detailed in the things that I'm involved in. As a matter of fact, this probably will work against me, but here are tabs on questions I have tonight on the things that are on your agenda. So that may kill me off right there, but I read it all, every bit of it. Anyway, why? Just like Herb, I think I haven't got anything to say against anything Herb had to say. He would also make and has made a very good councilman, and I have the same kind of goals myself. I feel like I've got an obligation to serve. I've walked every street in town. I believe he has too, knocked on every door, didn't have a dog, and met most of the people in the district. I feel like, that's our family. For good or bad, it happens the mayor happens to live in that same district. But anyway, as far as fighting for the district, why did you start frowning? As far as fighting for the district, we've got issues with drainage. We absolutely do, you know that. Helen Delton will let you know that if you don't already. We need some street work, we need code enforcement, and the like. And I will try to champion those issues along with whatever the citizenry wants. I think I'll be a good representative of the council. I've got some experience up here already. Challenges I see, I have a little more detail. If you don't want to hear it all, I've written it all down there. But development, we need some professional assistance in analyzing what could or should not be part of our future city limits. If you take a look at that list of things on there, you can see we have a large area that we have got under our future belts in order to service. whether we can give it utilities or electric or anything else. It's something that the council needs to decide. This is a very critical step on what the future of Castroville is going to be, and have that positive change the mayor talks about happen in a positive way, so we don't get under the gun on all that stuff. But we need a real assessment of the houses that are going up and could go up, what revenue they'll bring in, and what we can see for commercial business, what revenue that brings in, and see where we are financially with all that to find out, does new development work for us or not, or should we take it into the city or not? Should we look at giving some of these services over possibly to SAWS in order to service instead of us doing it? If you get around to building a sewer plant, you've got big, big issues. Been there, done that with this one. Anyway, my eternal question, how big should Castroville be, is yet to be answered. Anyway, I've got some other issues in there that you can take a look at as far as how we look at development. I also think we need to look at how many acres are currently within the immediate vicinity of Castroville that are going to be developed, and just exactly how much our lift station and sewer plant can handle before we have to plan for another one. We may want to prioritize where we give some of those assets close in. There's no good alternative solution to a regular sewer plant. The packet plants all have issues. There's several different kinds. They've all got issues. Getting and retaining quality city employees, I think that's a big deal here. Back in the day, we had trouble keeping police. We trained them, they left. We trained them, they left. We trained them, they left. Okay, we increased their pay significantly and did some other things to help them out. Talking to Scott, every city in our city has problems getting good employees and keeping them. And so we need to look at some ways, be it pay increases or other things, in order to get and keep the best possible employees. If you outsource it to somebody else, those people got to hire employees too to do the same job. And so there must be something that would make those people want to work there. We need to take a look at what best works in-house for us. How do we keep those people? And I put some things down there that we could consider. Fix water system issues so we can supply the majority of customers regardless of well issues, power outages, or line breaks. Just today we have another message. No, sorry, you're about to run out of water at River Bluff. Okay, this is completely within our control to handle this. Completely within our control, and we need to make sure it happens. I can't imagine the hundreds of thousands that have been lost in this city to businesses because of no water, when they got to shut down. We've got to address that. That is a major, major issue. Storm drainage, we're all familiar with that and needs to get addressed. Why am I best suited for the change, positive change? In 20 years that I've been involved in city government, has given me over 200 council meetings, over 100 P&Z meetings and zoning board, and over 80 airport advisory board meetings. I have a pretty good handle, boots on the ground experience with the city and what it's facing. I've been at the core of the planning decision making for 8 years as mayor, where we tried to make that positive change plan for the future. I've got 8 budgets under my belt. I've also got experience in this building, vacuuming, mopping, dusting, doing windows. You see her shaking her head. Because when I came in, this place was in turmoil. You'll probably remember that. And we didn't have any money. Everything was a mess. And so we put policies in place for finances, for getting the reserve funds up to speed and investing money in that whole 9 yards. And we basically, employees cleaned the buildings for well over a year because we were trying to save every penny we could in order to get ourselves financially in good shape. I was certainly involved in the planning and engineering work for the sewer plant, lift station, water line upgrades, and initial stuff with Collins, and on and on. You can see at ball field negotiations and other. I've got a master's in public administration, probably the same thing he's got, and so I come with a little knowledge. I actually applied to be the city administrator of the city of Castroville. Would you believe that? I'm glad they didn't take me. And I've got lots of training through planning and zoning that applies to cities like us that are looking at development. I also understand the uniqueness of Castroville and why we've got to protect that. And I know the mayor does too, and do the rest of you. At my point, Castroville is just not another name on a Texas map. There are plenty of those. We are an important piece of the Texas and Alsatian history. You must never forget that with the decisions we make. C&D, I think what I've said before answers that, and I'm just about done, Mayor. I know you're chomping at the bit there. As soon as I started living here in Castroville, I started coming to council meetings sitting in the back of the room. Not sure why I did that, but I did. Then I joined planning and zoning and the airport board, and eventually sat on council like the rest of you do, and then went back on the planning and zoning for a short time, back to the airport advisory board, and also on ZBA. Been chairman involved, still chairman of the ZBA. Friends of the Regional Park, member of that. Friends of the Landmark, Experimental Aircraft Association that does Young Eagles for kids that want to fly at our airport. Great success after that program. Meals on Wheels sometimes. Got in touch with the community's feelings through eating out at Sammy's and other restaurants for 12 years, going there every week to hear what kind of beatings we could take about what we were doing wrong. American Legion member, judge at their oratory contest, member of the Conservation Society here in time, work home tours in the rain and the cold. That was great fun. Speaker at events in the square, elementary school briefings I gave on civic government, and on and on. One important last item. ERP was put together. That's the Edwards Aquifer Recovery Implementation Program. Very, very important to us. I was an alternate member with Bruce Alexander as the primary, and I went to many meetings and argued our case. It took years to get that completed, but it was all about trying to preserve the wildlife, i.e. things that are in the water, and the plants from San Marcos River and the Comal Springs, which come out of the Edwards. And so the end result of all that was all the rest of us got an increase in our fees, significant increase in our fees in order to fund that program, okay? And we're living with that right now. We got reimbursed for every acre foot of water we didn't pump. That didn't happen anymore, and the fees went up. There are programs out there that we can invest some of this water that we have and save some money every year. And I have pleaded this case with council after council. Nobody ever looked into it. And so if you see me again in a closer vein, you will hear me ask us to get really, really familiar with that and see if we can't do some things to actually save us some money. I'll be glad to take any questions. I guess you have any questions.
I do not have any questions. You've covered it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions.
No questions.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys coming in. We're going to go into executive session. We're actually going to split this executive session up.
We have a third?
Oh, is Mario here?
Well, I guess not, we should announce that, though.
Okay, so Mario is, you're right, Mario is,
Mario Hernandez.
yep, he is not here. Now?
Oh, that's fine. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's kind of, important to be here. All right, so we're going to go into executive session now. The City Council will meet in closed session under provisions of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, entitled Deliberation Regarding Personnel Matters, to deliberate the appointment of a public officer, and that is a candidate for District 5. We're going to go into a executive session at 5:27.
Are we going into this also?
We're going to go into that one later.
Oh, so we're just doing.
We're skipping over the first part of executive session. We'll come back and do that
At the end of the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Got it. Right.
Live stream is still on.
Someone's got it.
Live stream is still on.
Everybody that flew, as an
Thank you.
I didn't hear the first part of it. Everybody's back. Are you ready, Deborah?
Yes.
All right. So we are reconvening in open session at 5:44. Next item is consider possible action or give direction on items legally discussed in executive session. Do I have a motion from executive session?
I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion that City Council appoint Herb Dwyer as the City Council representative from District 5.
Herb Dyer?
Herb Dwyer.
Dyer. Yep. All right.
What did I say?
You said where?
No.
Dyer.
I'll second that.
Great. All right. Any discussion?
I think we had two great candidates. I really do. And so I want to thank both of them.
And I want to be clear that to Todd's point, both of these guys are absolutely fantastic, and I think that we would be lucky to have either one. And that is no doubt. The thing is that the last time we had an election, and both of these gentlemen ran for election, and the person that the people decided on was Herb Dyer. We have to be very careful about doing any kind of appointments. We have a big responsibility here, and so we want to be very careful not to supersede anything that the people have already spoken about. And I'll address Mario as well. I'm really hoping that he will continue to show up to things and volunteer for other items, but I think between these two gentlemen, it really was not our decision to be made. So I have a motion and a second. Oh, sorry, please. I'm so sorry.
Not so proud. I was going to say, I agree with you that both Bob and Herb, if either one of you hadn't stepped up, it would have been a no-brainer for the other one. But just the fact that in your district, Herb won the election, and to me, that's kind of what swayed my vote.
Great.
No comments?
All right. So I have a motion and a second.
Mm-hmm.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you, Herb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. All right. So our next item is going to be swearing in of. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Swearing in of new District 5 council member. Herb?
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
He was prepared for that.
Here's the oath of office. I state your name.
I, Herb Dyer,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of City Council District 5
of City Council District 5
for the City of Castroville
for the City of Castroville
for the State of
of
Texas
the State of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You're back.
What the heck? You got music to go with that swearing in, Deborah? That's awesome.
All right, Herb, come on up.
My constituents knows.
Yeah. For sure.
I think he still has.
That's
the
right.
to-
You might need a truck to carry them.
Herb, you want to walk up this way and run the gauntlet? Walk up over this way and run the gauntlet?
Oh, say hi.
We're not going to beat you on the way in.
Welcome aboard. Thank you very much. That's all right.
I'll get you another magazine, or you got. I
can bring mine back next time if you want. I've been used to hogging your spot, so.
I'm sorry.
As long as you don't steal my mic.
Oh, no.
All right, let's see, how do we turn this on?
There should be just up at the top, it's plugged in.
No, that's yours.
Maybe, yes, I think she'll look up. Maybe that song was fitting, he traveled. He traveled back.
All right, next item is going to be the mayor's report, and we're going to have to wait because I did not turn this on ahead of time.
Okay.
You got a joke, Gentlemen?
Nope. Well, I've got a joke, but none of them are funny.
That's what your wife says, so
Mhm.
I believe her. It's like you had to focus.
Boy, I like the barriers now. Now I can see.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Golly.
All right. So, first item, beginning the year right. This is really interesting. You don't see any of my backgrounds. Whoa, what happened? Huh,
Some slides, not the other.
that's really interesting. All right.
Then continue to warm up.
Well, that'll come up in a second. I like the picture. I spent time on doing that picture. So, the first item is, beginning the year right. And this is, we have a new council, partially new council. We have new responsibilities. We have renewed diligence in representing the city. And so, really, this is just kind of setting the stage for the way that we serve. We lead through serving. And I think that everybody on the council here has demonstrated this in one way or another, or many ways, in how you represent the people. You are their servant, and that's the way that you approach this stuff. You lead to serve them. Proactive representation. The thing that I really appreciate about everybody that's on here is that we do our research, we pay attention. Each one of you has dug in and found things that I have missed or that others have missed, and so I think that really locking arms together, we are doing that proactive representation, reaching out to folks, finding out what their opinions are, finding out what their thoughts are, making sure that we're not making decisions in a bubble, and making sure that we're representing people. The decisions that we make have been and must continue to be data-driven decisions. We don't do them on preferences, we do them on data, and we look. That's part of the proactive representation. We look to the future and understand where those data points need to be so that we can actually make those strong decisions. Pet projects. Each one of you has taken on a pet project, and I'm going to encourage you to continue to do that. Things that are important to you, to your district, to your constituents, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family. So I will encourage you to take those on, and I'd like, as we go forward, for each one of you to take those on and report on them during the council meetings. Make sure that we're moving forward with those, and make sure that you're holding the rest of us accountable in helping us drive together on that. And the last thing is, this is kind of my motto: together is better. We do more when we work together than we do when we're divided. And my picture never came up, but it's a glorious picture. You can see it. It's somebody helping out somebody else. Barely. All right. So, well, at least we got the storm. All right, so the next thing is storm debris. We talked about this already. So And I want to touch kind of lightly on some of this stuff, but I do want to hit it directly. So with our waste management contract, you know, I've heard people really concerned about the fact that we had all of this brush. Some people had more than others. I know I had a few trees down. One of those trees took up my 6 yards, and the other ones are still on my property. And there are other people, some people, they got all of their trees picked up. Some of it was more than 6 yards, some of it was less than 6 yards. The way that Waste Management and many other providers, they look at this, Helen had asked me, what if everybody in the city put out 6 yards? Well, then we would be oversubscribed and they would have problems. They would not be able to meet their obligations if everybody put out 6 yards. But it is up to a peak of 6 yards, which I think that we get good benefit in this, and they have been good in working together with us. But there are times that we're going to go above that. We had the opportunity after the storm to hire them to come in for storm debris pickup. And we asked them about that. We said, what can we do? We have all of these trees and all of this brush. We had a crazy storm. We had a lot of stuff come down. We had so much, we still have so much out on the curbs, out on the streets, out on people's property. We had a lot to deal with. The minimum charge for that is $55,000. And not everybody had, if you look at what is around there, there are some people, myself included, that have a decent amount of brush that's out there. David over in my area, Bob, same thing. He still has brush out there. He still has some back on his property. And so it's these individuals, but if you go through, most of them don't have that. So the city of, I think it was Live Oak, they had engaged them and the minimum was $55,000. They spent almost $80,000. And so this is not a budgeted item. So this is something that we didn't feel was a prudent use of our money, and we looked at all kinds of different options for how do we deal with this. One was overtime. So it's letting people have a little bit of lead time to be able to get that. Waste Management actually has bags that you can purchase. You get them from Amazon or Lowe's or Home Depot, and actually from their site it carries about 4 yards, and they'll come and pick it up. Total cost is $200 and $250 for the people that need it. So there is that option. There's also so we asked about additional pickup. We said, could we have, for the people that have additional need, can you come out and just request the one-time pickup? And they said, you know, honestly, it's not going to work for us because of the amount of coordination. They're set up to do a mass run through. They did pick up too much in the beginning, and they got into normally what is a 1 week. They got into the second week, and they're just kind of freaking out. They're like, if we continue to do this, we're going to be here all month and start all over, and we're going to ignore our other customers. We're not going to be able to serve what we need to with our other customers. And so they were truly concerned about making sure that they were taking care of the people, but also being able to meet their obligations with other folks. So, you know, we've been trying to work through this to figure out what the best ways to do it are. There's also the opportunity to do the roll-off canister. So people can order the roll-off canister if you want. It's probably cheaper to go with the other way with the bags, but both of those are option. And the other thing I really want to call out is with the citywide cleanup. So Curl has been working with this. I think that Brianna's been involved with it. I don't know who all from the city staff has been working on that.
Well, I know Brianna and Curl were there the day of, and Brianna's with her young son. Yeah. Actually, were participating, helping with that cleanup effort, and obviously just getting the word out. You know, our librarian puts together a newsletter. You know, staff has been trying to get the word out to the community. But I know they had quite a bit of success. I want to say that they filled up 2 20-yard containers within like 2.5 hours.
Oh yeah,
or something like that on Saturday.
Well, so Phil got out with a bunch of folks on that very first Saturday when we started that. Second Saturday, sorry. And it started raining. You guys were working for a few hours. Started raining. They did a great job on cleaning that up. I went out there last weekend with them. We filled up the trailer a couple of times. The dumpsters were full. Ellie was nice enough. He had some stuff that he needed to do, so we brought a full trailer load over to his place because he needed to do some fill. So, you know, this is the kind of thing that we can do, and we're going to do it again next week. And so if anybody wants to volunteer, anybody online wants to volunteer, come on out and help us get these things picked up. We'll all work together on this. I know that Devin also has another suggestion for another opportunity for us to utilize some equipment to be able to do that. I think that the bottom line with this is that this is just something that we're going to have to deal with, kind of like the Snowmageddon earlier. This, I called it the trampoline NATO because we had trampolines flying all over the place. This is just one of those things. I'm really hoping that we don't have any more major natural disasters this year. I think we've had our fill of them. So I think overall people reacted to this really well. We need to continue to look for ways to solve these problems, and if you have any additional ideas, let's make sure that we're addressing this.
Can I mention a couple of things?
Please.
So first off, and I apologize, Phil, I see you need to make a comment too. One is just visual observation as I drove around town. As you already mentioned, Mayor, this was mismanaged by Waste Management. To their credit, they came out and gave us a platinum level service in that I actually watched them carry out at least 20 yards in front of someone's house. I mean, I think it was more like 30, and they removed every bit of it, right? The problem was we had a bunch of that. They got rid of all those, and then they realized, hey, the guy that should have been managing that process was just kind of asleep at the wheel. Realized, wait a minute, where are my trucks? Why aren't they done yet? Oh, how much work have you got done? And that's when he started to panic and realized, oh my gosh, we have way more than we're ever going to get done here. So one of the things that we as citizens can do, we should be cutting this stuff up into 4-foot lengths. I saw a lot of lazy approaches to how brush got put out, like entire trees, small trees that snapped apart. They didn't bother cutting them up or anything, just drug the tree to the curb. The problem with that is it's very inefficient. When you're talking about trying to grab stuff and compact it, if it's cut into 4-yard lengths and more, we don't require that it be bundled. 4 foot, what did I say?
You said 4 yard.
What?
Yard.
4 yard, 4 foot, yeah, 4 foot lengths. It makes it compactable, and it makes it, when that grabber arm grabs it, you're going to get a lot more compaction, be able to pick up a lot more stuff. Unfortunately, the way it was set out, it was just set out in piles. And we aren't doing ourselves any favors by doing that. And I understand it's the easiest way to do it, but that's part of the reason why we're in the jam we're in, is a lot of folks chose to just do that. Not only that, then we had some other folks that took us to heart when we said we were going to do this spring cleanup. So it wasn't just storm debris. I mean, you can go look and there's some really nice, very well pruned trees and yards because people pruned quite a bit of their trees. And frankly, I need to do that at the house that I'm renting. I haven't done it yet because I would just be exacerbating the problem if I were to do it today. So that's just two comments. We need to be, as citizens, doing what we're actually asked to do by Waste Management under our contract, which is limit it to 4 yards where possible, or 6 yards, I keep saying 4, 6 yards, and put it out in such a way that it is neatly stacked, it's in no longer than 4 foot lengths, and no wider than these, because I also saw a bunch of trunks. I mean, I saw stuff that there's no way a person could have picked up. Part of the reason they put these requirements out there is that if they don't have that grabber arm in that truck for whatever reason, they're going to have a different truck come through with a physical body, a person, who will then load all that stuff into the truck. Some of that stuff that I saw put out, one person couldn't pick up, there's no way. Or if they did, it would take hours instead of just a few minutes. Right? So just some gentle reminders that we need to participate in the solution.
We should get that back out in the newsletter and just remind people. And I think that the other thing is that this is a good opportunity for us to be proactive when we have events like this, identifying, because we should have known that, hey, we're probably going to have an issue with Waste Management. Let's just make sure that they've got a good plan for it and figure out what they're going to do. Part of it, we just kind of want to hope that they're going to do their best, but I think part of it is a good opportunity for us to address that up front so that we know what to expect.
There's a reason I didn't address up front. That is, I was hoping that they would just pick up everything that was there, honestly. And that we kept being at, because I knew there was going to be a cost to hitting the red button and saying we're going to do storm debris. I didn't realize it's $55,000, but that's why I was
minimum.
No, we're not going to. Let's not. Yeah. We don't need to be the ones to raise the flag. Let Waste Management come through. And in the beginning, they were picking it all up. So I was like, wow, I guess 6 yards doesn't matter. But it does matter. It's what affected the rest of the citizens. There were small piles. Some people who had less than 6 yards, and their take is, well, one grabber arm, that's 6 yards. And I think you and I both disagree with that.
We don't.
I think in the absolute best, most efficient grab, yes. If they were all compiled like we talked about in 4 foot lengths, then yeah, maybe that's 6 yards. But just doing this, it's like one of those toys out of one of those boxes. You're not going to get a good grab every time, guys.
Right.
Anyway.
And you bring up a good point, because we have a couple of people going down Geneva Street in my district the senior citizens, they had one lady had 2 trees go down from the storm. And she still had, I mean, she had people nice enough to come out and cut it up for her, but it's in piles still. So the main thing that their concern is citations.
Yeah, so.
For it being sat out there and they're doing like they're supposed to. So we just need to give that reiteration to citizens that did have trees go down and everything, that you did the right thing. We're not gonna write you up.
So we haven't had, this isn't a deliberation on it, but I know the mayor and I have talked about it, and our take is we don't want to spend $55,000, that's kind of what the mayor was just saying, and we're going to allow this brush to be there for at least the next 2 months, because hopefully that's how long it'll take for them to actually get it all picked up. As long as people want to continue to add to it, we should be okay.
Right, and we've got the next citywide cleanup up this Saturday, so love to get some folks in volunteering for that, and hopefully we'll be able to make another good dent in it then. I know that another concern has been rodents and snakes and stuff in there, so, I mean, just like with anything else, just be careful with it. And I don't know that we've got another choice, aside from if somebody's concerned with that, then they can get the haul-off bags and they can do it like that, right?
Can I say something now?
No? No, I'm talking the whole time.
I was also out there Saturday. Mary volunteered me to trim up the Living History Center. So we took a big trailer full of branches and trees and everything over there. The one at the park, which people were supposed to, but you know, people were throwing couches and things like that. So it completely filled up that one roll-off that we had there. And Brianna even mentioned it, said, you know, in hindsight, we should have had 2 roll-offs. But again, this was the first time we tried that. So if they're going to do it again this weekend, because when I actually took the branches there, it was plus some. They're going to have to get the backhoe in there and push that stuff down in there. But I think make sure that there's at least a couple dumpsters over there. And then I think if they have a way to get rid of the branches, I think they will load them up on their trucks and they'll load them up on their, realizing that they're beyond that 6 yards. The other thing is that if you, instead of putting 12 yards out on your front, put 2 6-yard. Maybe somehow tell people, listen, on the special events like this, we know we can't pick it all up. We're gonna, you know, be easy on the citations. I don't know if anybody got a citation yet. Or
no.
So, but if you put 12 yards out there, they're not gonna come and pull out 6 yards. You need to break them up into 6-yard piles.
Well, some people have a hard time visualizing what 6 yards looks like, and I guess the best thing I can tell them is go to a large dumpster. When you see, if you're out at Dairy Queen or somewhere else, they generally will have a 6-yard dumpster or an 8-yard dumpster. So I think it's actually 8. So there's a 4-yard, that's a little boxy looking dumpster, and then there's the large ones that have the big lids on them. I think those are actually 8 yards. So 6 yards is just a little bit less than that, right?
It's 2 yards wide, 3 yards long, 1 yard high.
Thank you, Jay.
So, or if they don't understand yards, it's feet, you know, but it's just a big box, and again, exactly what you said. If you cut up the trees and instead of just a big pile,
you'll have a lot smaller piles.
Yeah,
honestly.
a lot smaller piles,
yeah.
and you can visualize what that 6 yards is. But again, make 2 piles, and we'll pick up one this month and one next month for these very special occasions, not monthly. And I know people complain, oh, it used to be 8 yards, but right now, in the old days, we couldn't put general rubbish out on the street. And we could only do that twice a year, and now you can do it monthly, and that is an advantage to this new contract. So the contract's not all that bad. And most people, this would not have been an issue except for this big storm that came this year.
Yep.
Cool. Paul?
I don't know if I should say it, but I do believe that there was some misapplication, I guess would be the word. There was brush that appeared in District 2 that did not come off of the lots that it was stacked on. Mm-hmm. So people were maybe going to a neighbor or to a relative's home and clearing brush and then bringing it to Castroville and putting it on the curb. I know at least one instance where that has happened.
We definitely, we have folks who do, we've caught them before throughout the year.
Yeah.
Not necessarily during a storm event, but just
that they run a business, they have a lawn care business, something else, and they'll put their client stuff out on the curb, which frankly we can't prohibit, but they still are expected to abide by what the rules are, so you can't put
Yep.
out more than 6 yards.
Well, this was way more than 6 yards,
Right.
and they all got picked up.
And I normally don't want to go into this much detail during this report, but this is such a significant event that has impacted us all so greatly. I appreciate everybody's diligence in getting out there and being a part of the solution. All right, next, I wanted to be, I've had a lot of people ask me about development in Castroville. Bob asks a great question. Herb, I'm so sorry. You were hiding on the other side. I'm so used to having you before. Muscle memory. So I've had a lot of people ask me about development in Castroville. Why are we embracing all of these developers? Why are we trying to build things out? And I just want to be really clear. We're not pursuing development. I think that it's a good thing if it's done correctly. The impact of it can be lessened. What we are doing is we are collaborating with developers. If you look at the space that's all around us, there's a lot of open space. And I've had this conversation with a number of people. If you don't want people to build that out, if I had the money to go and buy that space, I would do it, but I don't. That's a little bit more than what I got in my coffers. So people are going to sell their property, people are going to buy that property, and they are going to want to do things on them. What we're trying to do is to be very careful about what they're doing on the areas that can impact us. And so we have been leveraging the resources that we have to find good partnership with these people so that we can encourage positive growth and that we can control some of that growth that's going on by making sure that they're a part of the thoroughfare plan, making sure that people are being very careful about what they're doing to impact us with our water, with our sewer, with our streets. If we did not do this, then things would just pop up and we'd have to deal with them as they came and we wouldn't have the money to do it. So the way that we're approaching this is very methodical in making sure that we are helping, well, and I've got it on here. So we can receive financial benefits from the development if we do it carefully, and if we are, we're very diligent in how we approach that. And development has an impact on our quality of life. You know, when you look at the way this place looked 10, 20 years ago, it's pretty different, and it's going to look significantly different 10 or 20 years from now. And so with the, I call it, I mean, we are, plain and simple, we are victims of urban sprawl. And San Antonio is running into us, and we just want to make sure that they don't run over us. And so it's trying to be very careful about how we approach these kind of things to make sure that we are doing that. And the other part, as I walk into this, I wanted to just to give you, and I don't want to get too deep into these, this is a brief example. If you look at what has happened from 2009 to 2020, and I'll just kind of walk you through this chart really quickly. The population was 2,600, now it's, in 2020 it was about 3,229. The differences in, if you look at where the money is coming from, so the blue is property tax, the middle, the orange is sales tax, and the right is transfers. So that's basically the utility transfers. If you look at what's happened, as you've seen, we have added more businesses than we have homes. So our sales tax has increased over what the property tax is. And what has happened, even though your transfers in have increased in amount, they have decreased in the overall income that's coming. So as we continue to do this, if we do this carefully, we can continue to decrease that and break that right-hand one, the transfers, down even further as we continue to go through it. So if you look at by the percentage, it used to be 37% for the transfers in, now it's 26%. So this is an example of how, as new businesses come in and they start generating additional revenue, it can decrease our cost or at least keep them from increasing on a per capita basis. Okay, next item, emergency notification. So we talked about this before, the policy on the audible testing of the alarms. We'll be talking about that in an upcoming council meeting. And I don't want to hit this too much because I think we've already discussed this. There was a system failure in Hondo. We are going to be working with Keith Lutz about that to figure out what is our emergency plan with that. I have very specific thoughts on how we make sure that people know that it is working, so that we know that it's working, and we have a good plan for if something happens, we know exactly how we're going to approach it. We had a backup plan, but we just kind of developed it on the fly, so I just want to be more methodical about how we approach that. In terms of short-term response and then long-term response, and I had a great thought about that, and I don't remember what it was. And then just budget priorities. So we are in budget season, and part of what my job has been is making sure that I'm coordinating with Scott so that he can work with the department heads on how we're approaching the budgets. And so this is just, I think I've been pretty clear about the fact that we need to maintain a balanced budget. We can't put out more than what we're bringing in. We have to maintain healthy fund balances. And we've talked about those before. We'll continue to talk about them through the budget workshops. We have to have the reserves that are in place. Not too little so that we're not in danger of emergency situations, but not too much because then we're squandering the money that we already pay enough in taxes and in utilities. We want to make sure that the money that is going that is not in our emergency reserves is actually getting spent and the projects that need to be done are being done. And then the capital expenditure prioritization. The way that I approach the capital expenditure prioritization is really looking at the impact. What is the impact or what is the risk that we have? If we have something like with the water system, if we have a risk that we're going to lose water to the entire city, the risk is that we lose water, and that impacts homes, businesses, that impacts everybody. And then how big is the blast radius of that? So if we have one project that has a potential impact to the entire city versus another one that is localized, a great example of this is with the storm runoff, with the flooding. My home and Bob's home, I've actually got a video of his place where he was talking about. The water was deep. It went all the way to his neighbor's, the little outbuilding that they've got right there. It was that wide. That entire thing was 3 feet deep, just rushing through there. It was insane. But it's localized to our one area. So we can't put all of the money toward just that one thing. We can find things where we can mitigate that for worst case or mitigate it in certain areas, but we need to really look at the total impact and the blast radius of that impact.
Yes, comment on storm debris. Brianna was texting me during the meeting to let me know that for your information, part of the cleanup was to have that one 20-yard dumpster this past weekend. We do not have it planned for this coming weekend, nor have we advertised it. Doesn't mean that we couldn't do it. I could reach out to Waste Management to see if they can deliver 1 or 2 20-yard dumpsters, but we haven't advertised they'll be there, and we haven't arranged for them to be there. So I need to know from you, I guess, whether or not we want to do that. The expense is less than $1,000. It's about $350 to $450 per container.
Is that something that you need direction from council on?
Well, I just want
we
to
can't
hear.
have that.
I know, but I just want to hear from you. Do y'all want us to pursue that or not?
I think we need to look at what is in the budget and if it fits within the budget, and that's this is one of those things where you take the full resources of the city and you do what you can to help out with that. And so if we have it in the budget and it fits without causing any kinds of issues, and we can control how it's actually being utilized, I think that it wouldn't be a bad idea.
And I think there's still people with piles out in front of their house, and given the option, I think they would go and take this to the park and throw it in the dumpster, the roll-off. And I think we could get notices out through our information to people. Say, this weekend, the opportunity for just brush this weekend.
And let me
Just
look at the
brush.
budget and see what we've got. Honestly, Waste Management is a service that we outsource to, so it's not, I'll have to look and see if we've got wiggle room in there to do this type of thing.
Okay. And then let's, as we bring it in, if there's a way to make sure that, like checking to make sure that they're actually residents, if there's a way that we can do that, that would be good. All right, that's it for my report. The next item is yours.
Yeah, it'll actually be Mr. Harper's. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we've got public hearings.
Yeah, but he's the next person up to do a presentation.
All right, so that was a little bit clunky. Thank you for your patience with that. The next item is public hearing on a request for preliminary plat of Kemp Estates. Didn't they decide to rename that?
Pardon?
Located immediately north of Old US Highway 90 and east of River Bluff.
You have your packets. This went to planning and zoning, was approved or recommended for approval by them.
We need to open
Oh, I'm sorry, that's
Oh, yeah,
public hearing, public hearing. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
Opening the public hearing.
It's just a test, just a test.
Yep.
Opening the public hearing at 6:20.
He looked at me, it threw me off.
Arnie?
Arnie DeLacy, 109 River Bluff. I'd recommend that, yes, you go ahead with the recommendation of P&Z. There were two residents that showed up at P&Z, both spoke in favor of it. There were questions about water runoff and flood potential, but I think the overriding factor was that changing it from multifamily to single-family residential was the key. So I'd recommend, and I think anybody that I've talked to up there as a real neighbor would support that. Thanks.
Great, thanks. And Arnie does live right next door to this, so I appreciate that.
Backyard.
Backyard, yep. All right, anybody else? Great. Let's close the public hearing then at 6:21. Next item, consider and take appropriate action on a request for preliminary plat of Kemp Estates located immediately north of Old Highway 90 and east of River Bluff. And Councilman Carey, you're the planning and zoning liaison. You want to talk about?
Yes, I am, and you and I were both at that meeting, planning and zoning. This is a preliminary plat. There were a couple issues that were raised even during that meeting. But the engineer had not reviewed this yet, so it was, there will be a list that he produces upon looking at this in terms of compliance with our ordinances, and I doubt that he's going to, in fact, we were told that our city engineer had been already in cooperation with them on the drainage design and other such things, so I don't expect anything going to change there. If you look at the way the drain is laid out, it contours with the channel, which is a pretty good indication that they ran hydraulics on it and they modeled their easement to fit the actual need for the hydraulic flow. The issues with the channel that receives this in River Bluff, the concrete channel that's back behind that block, those channels, I've seen them, they could use some work. There's stuff growing through them, there's stuff falling in them, they're obstructed. And I don't think we make that part of this applicant's duty, but it's certainly the city's duty to make sure that that channel can receive this flow.
And that's the problem, because when the last huge rain we had, when we talked about how we had people in River Bluff having flooding and everything like that, what backed up, connected to that same channel you were just talking about, it was backing up and flooding into their front yards and everything at the end of those streets. So it is a huge concern because, I mean, that area receives water coming down off of 90, down Old Highway 90 and right into there to feed into those areas. So that's a concern.
As these are developed, there will be some impervious surfaces, rooftops, driveways and such installed on these properties. Because these are large lots, it's not going to be a high percentage. You're not going to get 40–50% impervious cover that you would get in a smaller lot subdivision. But it will increase the amount of immediate rainfall that finds its way into that concrete channel. So I'm sure that the engineers have looked at it, and I'm sure that our city engineer will be very curious and diligent to examine this. But I really think that we should take a look at that, the structure that is going to receive this drainage.
Absolutely. All right.
I did check while we were in P and Z meeting to see if there was any FEMA flood zone in this area, and there's not. There's nothing near this property that qualifies as a flood zone. So this is all local drainage. So.
Great. Do I have a motion?
Oh, wait. I got a question.
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to do a motion and then discussion, but we can do discussion first.
Go ahead.
All right. Do you want to have discussion first?
Whichever works best for you.
Let's have discussion. You are
Okay.
representing this district, so.
All right, it says, so is that the only reason why it didn't meet the requirements of the city code? Because in here in discussion, it says that the engineer and community development staff department has determined that the submittal does not meet the requirements of city code, chapter 100 subdivision. So what else, is that it?
This should probably have been submitted as a vacate and replat instead of, and it would be a vacating and replat of River Bluff subdivision, not necessarily a new subdivision of Kemp subdivision, so, or Kemp Estates. Mr. Kemp said he wasn't going to keep that name. It was on there before he got a hold of it, but that's probably going to change. But yeah, I think one of the issues was that it should have been accompanied by a vacating plat, removing the previous subdivision from the record and replacing it as it is. You would essentially have it layered, so all the previous setbacks and easements would still be in effect with this one on top of them. So that may have been the issue that came up.
Okay. Another question is, so they're going to tie in, I assume, with our electrical system in the neighborhood already? And if so, how is that going to affect the already taxed electrical system in the neighborhood? Because that one transformer there, I can tell you, is one of the ones that keeps critically failing already. And so what electricity, where are they going to plug in at? If they're already going to go into a taxing system.
So if I get your concerns correctly, you want to make sure that the city engineer is looking at are they required to do, I don't know that by our code they're required to do
Well, he's not building anything, so he's just platting it. He's not.
I'm just
that's
throwing
part of
it out there to
No,
look
I
at.
understand, but that's part of the dilemma for staff, is that there's not, if this were a development, well, part of the development, the developer's engineer would look at power needs and that kind of thing, right? But this isn't a development, this is just a replat, and then it's going to be incumbent on each purchaser to deal with those issues. Now, I did talk to Mr. Kemp about the sewer issues, because this is not gravity flow. And so he is, in that respect, going to act as developer and actually put in that system that will support each of those lots. But that we didn't talk about the power, so I don't know if that's been considered. I haven't talked to staff about that. As far as it not meeting the code, I'm not sure what that refers to, because honestly, I thought that was a typo.
Yeah, that's what caught my eye, and it says,
Yeah.
I mean, does not meet.
Yeah.
So,
Recommended motion is that that's going to be addressed in the final plat submittal.
Right.
Right. Yeah, this is a preliminary approval,
Okay.
which basically gives our staff and our engineer a chance to review it before it comes back to us. There was one other thing. It was brought to the attention of the Planning and Zoning Commission that this was a platted lot, multifamily zoning, and still is actually under multifamily zoning. And so it's feasible that they could be showing up here with, a 40-unit apartment complex instead of 6 single-family lots. So,
Yeah, once this gets platted, it's not, you can't build there's not room to build multi-family.
well, the zoning hadn't changed, and that's one of the issues that I
Right.
ran into on the other side of the subdivision 15 years ago, was that the developer didn't want to change the zoning until he knew his plat was going to be approved, because then he'd end up with a 4.5-acre single-family lot. So we've got to be sensitive to that as well.
All right, since we're already in discussion, let's keep on going down.
I don't have any questions at this time. Everybody else have brought up some good questions. Just that it looks like there are some conditions here that are going to be addressed in the final submittal.
All right. Councilman Dyer?
Do they, I'm not clear from reading this document, but are they bringing the water right when they post this, will the water rights be paid?
Yeah, that's how part of the normal.
That's how.
And they discussed that.
It's either paid or they actually deliver water rights. And that's actually something that I was talking to Brianna about with respect to the Alsatian Oaks later on, where we had those questions from Mayor Lee.
Well, actually, with this one, since they're already in the city, do they?
Already flooded.
They already have water rights.
They already have water rights, so they, I don't know that they're actually bringing the water rights with it. I think that's for new development.
If they're going to have a property platted that's not platted now, they have to provide the water rights. They have to pay for the cost of the water rights.
Unless there were water rights already on that property, and if it was multifamily, depends on how many LUEs were available.
Yeah, but see, we can't tell from this.
Right.
If it's single residence or multifamily residence, which is another issue.
Well,
It says residential, but is it multifamily or?
You can't do multifamily on this. That's too small. That's what I'm telling you. That if this plat gets approved, understanding that the zoning is multifamily currently, that wouldn't be able to stand. They wouldn't be able to develop the property as multifamily if in this platted setup that they're proposing.
And there's no indication that there's any sewer service available at this time in that area at all. So we've got a lot of negatives for this that cause me to be leery about why are we just going to overlook the fact that it doesn't meet code. It seems to me this is a mistake. I would recommend that we ask them to go back and satisfy the code requirements.
So keep in mind what you're actually approving is the preliminary plat, not the final plat. And the preliminary plat doesn't address a lot of those issues, so they're not required to address those issues as part of the preliminary plat process. This is, I think, Councilman Carey rightly stated, this gives them the opportunity to address those issues after the fact. Yes, does.
I can't answer some of those questions. The question that you had about, is it going to connect to the existing River Bluff? Yes.
John, can you pull the mic down so that people on mic can listen?
So we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it in front of you.
Put it in front of you. There you go.
Okay. To answer your question, yes, it is going to connect to the existing, we're going to come overhead and then back down. So you will see the overhead coming over there and connect. That's going to be phase one that we're going to talk about in a minute. You were asking about the
water rights.
Water rights. That if there's not already, they will be bringing us water rights. Okay. And you also mentioned about the sewer. They know there's no sewer line in front of the lots, so they're going to be doing some force mains to get to the gravity line, and then sewer that way, which will be in the right of way. They're asking for a 20-foot, I believe, utility easement in there, if I remember right.
So that's a lift station, John?
There'll be some like grinder pump type lift stations.
Would they provide the cost of that?
Yes, they're paying for that.
They'll be in the final plat.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And all that will be reviewed by the engineer, like Mr. Carey mentioned, that he hasn't had a chance. Well, I don't think he reviewed this, being it's a preliminary plat.
Right.
So.
He had not reviewed it yet at the planning and zoning meeting, so it had just been delivered to him.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Yeah,
Councilman Game?
and listen to what Arnie said. From right now, you could put in fact, I guess you can put a nursing home up there if you wanted to. Far more utility requirements than what 6 houses would give you. So all in all, it's going to be a lower density than what's there. Right now, they could move in there now and put that in there and overfeed the electrical, overfeed everything else. This is going to be a lighter load for everything. So as far as, to me, it seems like this is a good direction to go in a preliminary plat, realizing that all this planning has to come down the road. But as Arnie and his neighbor, whoever showed up at the T&Z meeting, difference between putting 6 houses in there or putting in a bunch of people in there, I'd rather go with the 6 houses.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So if I understand the process correctly, if we approve the preliminary plat, then they will go and rezone it at that point? Or do they need to wait until the final plat
I
approval?
think those are two tracks that'll run parallel. The developer would love to see them both come together at the same meeting.
Okay.
That way, he knows that he doesn't have a 1 acre, a 7.5 acre, one-family lot, single-family lot, if his plat doesn't go through. So that's because he's got an investment here. So we can facilitate that, cooperate with that process, make sure that those things happen at the same time. But they're separate tracks. He has to initiate the zoning application. And that's going to involve public notice to all the neighbors, public hearings, preliminary and final hearings. And so we've got a few steps to take before we get around to, finalizing this plat.
All right. Any other comments from city staff?
Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat of Camp Estates with the condition that the comments be addressed in the final plat submittal.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Good.
Thank you. Good discussion. All right, the next item is public hearing on request for changes to Castroville subdivision regarding plat approval with development agreement.
So again, you have, yes?
Sorry? Let me open the public hearing. We'll open the public hearing, sorry. 6:36.
Forget me every time.
I know, I looked at you again and I
I'm looking
realized
at it.
I need to stop looking at
Every
it.
time.
I won't look at Scott anymore. All right, do we have anybody that wants to discuss this? All right, then we will close the public hearing at 6:36 and a half. All right, next item is consider and take appropriate action on adopting an ordinance amending the Castroville subdivision ordinance for plat approval with a development agreement in place. Now I'll look at you, Scott.
Okay, I'm pulling it up on mine too. So this is what we had talked about earlier on as a way to streamline our plat approval process. This is specifically for plats that already have a development agreement attached to them. The purpose of that being that, as we talked about before, by state law, our processes are not required. And if you have a development agreement that has very specific language in it as to what type of development can be done, et cetera, there's not a need to go through a lengthy preliminary plat, final plat process. They can do part of that through the staff, their staff submittals and the back and forth, which inevitably is going to happen between our engineers and their engineers anyway. And then when they submit the final plat, that'll come for approval with staff's review and recommendation as to whether or not it meets the development agreement terms, et cetera. So I know that we've worked with our legal counsel on this, and what you have before you is a reflection of the recommendation from legal counsel and staff to help, again, streamline that process so that as we have development come on board, we're not making them wait unnecessarily.
All right. Does this put us at any additional risk in approaching this? As I understand it, we're just cutting out some of the red tape. We're not cutting out any of the checks and balances because this is specifically with development agreements where we've already negotiated the terms, and as long as it meets with the terms that are already there, then we're just moving the process faster. Is that correct?
So directly to your question, the answer is no. It doesn't provide any, or doesn't engage the city in any additional liability. Under the government code, local government code, under 212, which is the plotting, 211, 212, the plotting subdivision regulations, that the city has to ensure that it abides by a preliminary plat, and going through a preliminary plat process through your P&Z is optional. There's no legal requirement to have that stuff in place. So just moving through and having a final plat approval is perfectly legal and complies with the government, local government.
Great. So kind of like what we just went through with the other one, because we hadn't seen that before, the preliminary gives us a chance to take a look at this and ask some of those questions. With the development agreement. There's a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes, and it's already been reviewed.
That development agreement is going to lay out exactly what has to happen and what has to be complied with, and there's no way around that development agreement, so it does streamline the process that's happening.
All right, great. All right, let's have discussion on this. Councilman Dyer?
I've got no questions.
All right. Councilman Chair?
None at this time.
Councilman King?
No questions.
Councilman Carey?
I don't have any questions, but I do believe that the same checks and balances will be in place that we put these through with the preliminary and final. It'll all go through staff, it'll go through the engineer, it'll go through, an examination before we see it. And I imagine that if we have a development agreement, there's an attorney, a city attorney, or our pro bono help involved who has already scrutinized it. So I think I'm good to go.
All right. Councilwoman Martinez?
Nothing.
All right, great. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion we approve the proposed amendments to Article 2 procedures, allowing a final plat be submitted in lieu of a preliminary plat if part of a developer's agreement.
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next item, consider and take appropriate action on approving the final plat for Alsatian Oaks Unit 2. Discussion on that?
I'll just mention that they were not the beneficiaries of the change you just made, unfortunately.
Yeah, because it already went through there.
They're glad to see us doing this, because this isn't probably the first or last plat they're going to have to submit during this process, so it'll make the other ones a little bit more smooth. But you're seeing this one for the second time. You saw the preliminary plat either the last meeting or the meeting before last, and this is now the final plat that's before you. As with the preliminary, no changes were made because it met all the requirements that the development agreement laid out. So had this been, the step you just took, had that been in place, we could have submitted it as a final plat a month ago.
Great. Thank you.
No questions.
All right.
I think this is a good thing. It looks good to me. I've reviewed it in great detail before I came to the meeting. I fully support the request.
You've been pretty well ingrained in this for a while now. Thank you. All right. Councilman King?
No comments.
Councilman Carey?
Nothing to say.
No, sir.
All right. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the final plat of Alsatian Oaks Unit 2 as presented.
I second it.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, next item, 19, presentation on River Bluff electrical upgrades by Chris Harper, PE, from Schneider Engineering.
Oh, yeah. Here's a point. Someone has to.
Started with last time.
Sorry.
Thank you all for checking. And I think several of you come up.
You're supposed to have every one of
You
your.
passed the test.
Thank you, Chief.
I'll bring this home to entertain Scott's cat when he gets here.
It works on dogs, too.
There you go.
I'll do you guys one. Okay. Okay, good evening, guys. My name is Chris Harper. I'm with Schneider Engineering, as was mentioned here by Scott. We've been working with the city on developing some plans for River Bluff and doing a rehab project over there, and we're trying to help the situation with the electric needs for that subdivision. So a little bit about our company. We're located in Bernie, Texas. We have a couple offices, one in Bernie, Texas, and one in College Station there. So started out really small and finally grew up pretty big. We focus on primarily medium high voltage distribution for utilities, and we work with developers and civil engineers, and all kinds of different individuals, depending on the work.
And Mr. Howe is somewhere in there, I've been told.
Mr. Howe?
Yeah, Deborah's husband.
Oh,
He's known as Mr. Howe in his household.
For real?
Right. He is in that, but he's not known as Mr. Howard.
oh,
Point him out.
we went bowling together.
Yes, we did.
Do you know where he is?
Yeah, he's over to the left with the white looking.
Second
dude.
row,
Who's up
third row?
front?
All up here?
Yeah, keep up, right,
There he is.
right
Right
there.
there, yeah.
Wrong, over
Yeah,
there.
that goatee.
Right there.
With the goatee?
He looks,
The goatee and the sunglasses, I
he
think.
looks different there.
He does, doesn't he? Very distinguished.
My internet.
All
My
right.
son
I know.
is just-
Actually, there's several guys with goatees right there.
He shaved it off, don't worry.
I'm not the real send a text to Claire.
So I was asked to kind of talk over a little bit about overhead distribution versus underground distribution, and I kind of talked about a little bit of that. So the first two pictures you see here, this one's off of Alamo Street, just some overhead distribution that's just located along the right of way of the street there, and you can see it. You can see all the trees are right there, and see here's another right along San Jacinto, crosses the street. Of course, everywhere the overhead distribution goes, generally the communication conduit cables will follow and attach to those poles, and so you'll see it's not as aesthetically pleasing. And these other two pictures are showing Country Village Estates. It's a new subdivision that's being developed here in Cashville, and that's what a transformer looks like. Right now it's open, and next to that is
So it's not that tall. It's
not
hard
that
to
tall.
tell because of shadowing.
That looks really, really big in the picture.
Right there. This door swings down on a hinge.
Right, I just
And,
wanted to make that clear for folks. It's
Yeah.
not the size of a refrigerator.
Correct. And so this is a pedestal, a secondary pedestal. We generally go to this, they're really small, and we come out of these transformers and they feed over to these guys, and that's what goes to the meter on the house. And so that's what we typically do to minimize the number of road crossings that we actually have to do going across the street there.
How many does the transformer serve?
You can serve, 8, 10.
How many's supposed to be on there? That's the catch.
Well, it depends on the load. It really, it really depends on load.
So
Right.
every subdivision is different. It's all unique, and it depends on what's your lot frontage. How wide are you working with? Are you talking about 45 feet? Are you talking about 120 feet? How far do you have to go? And so those are some of your limitations. Is depending on how wide the lots are, because you don't want to carry that secondary cable too far because the voltage drop, and so that doesn't provide reliable power to the house. So that's the driver. So if you can get some smaller lots, I can pull 8 houses out of this thing easily, and not worry about it. But generally, there's some common sense behind it, and I work with the local electric superintendent here and make sure that we're on with Tom Miller and we're all on the same page. And they've been really great to work with. So they've been helping me out. We're on the same page. I'm learning their philosophy and how they want to do things. And so we're following those design requirements to make sure that things are reliable.
So if the houses are close enough together, you could run 6 or 8?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it's because of the span that you're having to run wire?
It's the distance through your wire. Yes.
And
So,
the reason that I was asking that is just one of the questions is, can we service, are we going to have more transformers because if we're putting them in the front lot, there's going to be more transformers than if we put them in the back lot. These are all cost considerations that we're looking at. You got pluses and minuses in each one, so I just wanted to make sure that we're clear about all of this. Thank you.
Well, we also need to talk with the residents too,
Oh, yeah.
because like.
We're not, they're giving a presentation now?
Oh, yeah.
This is going to go to town hall before.
That was going to be my question at the end of this. I'm one of the River Bluff.
Yep.
So, yeah, and that's why I asked, how many are supposed to be on there, because the transformer that, when you come in the neighborhood, connects all the way down, my house is on it, my whole street, River Trail,
okay.
is all on that one transformer.
Oh, no.
When that one goes out, we all lose power.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
You're right, okay. It's
Yeah.
a radial feed.
Yeah.
And that means anywhere along that feed,
Mhm.
if you lose a cable, if you lose a transformer,
Oh,
everybody else down the line is kind of out of the luck.
Yeah, but people across the street from me don't.
Well, it's probably because they're from the different
Yeah,
lines.
even though there's a transformer across the street, my house isn't connected there, it's up the street, even though the red line claims that I am. So that's why I was asking questions, but go ahead.
No,
Go ahead, I got more questions at the end.
Stop me if y'all need to talk about something. So overhead distribution, reliability wise, overhead distribution usually has a lot more interruptions, service reliability issues, because you've got weather, you've got animals, you've got critters going into the lines, maybe some wind is blowing and it bumps into the overhead line. These interruptions are normally, brief, and they're easy to find by the utility line workers because it's easy to visually see it up in the air, and they're able to address the issue easily. Maintenance-wise, you have to change out poles periodically. Most of these cross arms are made out of fiberglass these days, so they're not as, you have to maintain those as much as they were made out of wood at one time. Or that was more of a common construction practice, is using wood cross arms. But most of the time, you just have to change out poles. You have some, maybe some equipment that may go bad that you have to change out periodically because of a lightning strike or something like that. Easements, generally, easements on this type of construction for overhead distribution, you generally have a wider easement than you would for underground. It takes a lot more width, so you have an 8-foot cross arm on the top of that. It's got to cover that entire distance. You have to have, the utility has to have access to that. So generally they have to drive down to it where it is, and however big their trucks are, to go maintain that, they have to be able to drive within that easement to get over to those poles to maintain it. So that's overhead distribution. Underground distribution, it's more reliable. There's the issues with underground distribution is when you do have a fault, it's going to be permanent. It's not going away anytime soon. It's not visually easy to see as it was for overhead distribution. It's underground. You're trying to locate this, and so that the reliability of overhead underground distribution is much greater. It's virtually maintenance free. There's not as much to go with it. If you get a lightning strike, lightning is the worst thing with underground distribution. They can blow out some of the cables and the elbows that are terminated onto the equipment, so they have to be replaced. And so the importance of an underground system is that it's looped. Because of the longevity of the outages, as you pointed out, it's good to have a looped system so you can minimize the amount of people that are actually out, and you can backfeed it from a different direction. So that's the idea. Sometimes you get some ants that build up inside the equipment. There's snakes that can get in there, and they find all kinds of different things in there. So,
So do you have a problem with rodents?
Rodents?
Yeah, eating at wires.
I don't know about eating up wires, but yeah, they do. Snakes can get in there, and they like to be near warmth and humming transformers. So it's you find all. I'm not surprised by anything going in there, but it's a more reliable system because none of these wires are exposed. This is called a low break elbow right here, and that's what the cable goes into. It terminates. It goes inside this elbow, and everything is protected. Nothing is exposed. So it's all dead front is what it's called. And so nothing is there to interrupt your service as it is for overhead.
And that would be the size of a transformer.
The size of the transformer is about 4x4 dimensional from the top, and then probably about 3.5 to 4 foot tall. Depends on the type of transformer you get, but they But yeah, this is a junction box. This is just a place where you bring in cables because of pulling. There's a maximum distance that you can pull these cables, and there's a pulling tension that's supposed to be applied to that cable, and so you have to put these in periodically to make the installation go smoothly. And it's just a place where you can tap off of it and go different directions. Let's say you have to go down a certain street or something, you have to tap out of that main line. If you have a single phase line and you're trying to go down a different street, you have to maybe put a junction box in there to go a different direction with the wire. So we kind of talk, here's some advantages and of each of these. And so overhead is less cost. It has shorter duration of outages, as we discussed, so it's easier to find these faults and repair them. You're able to repair them really quick. Loading, they can withstand overloads. These cables the wires are up in the air, so you have the ambient temperature of the air rather than it being insulated in the ground, so it can withstand better overloads. Underground, it's more aesthetically pleasing. People don't, it's not such an eyesore. Less of public contact with a down line or something like that, or somebody getting injured. So that's a plus. Reliability, just as I pointed out, there's been a longer duration of outages. But as long as you have a loop-fed system, that reduces that time for outages. And there's no maintenance costs hardly. I mean, you're not doing any tree trimming like you would for overhead lines, so you can prevent those interruptions in the service. So, there's because the reactance is lower, you can go longer distances with the secondary or the line itself for voltage drop. So underground, back lot versus front lot. And I think we kind of talked about that a little bit, touched on it. So back lot, it's aesthetically better. You can't see anything, obviously. Everything's in the back. Cost is typically less because, yes, you are feeding more services from the back lot. It's easier to access that. If you're putting it in a front lot, you're having to go across the road prior to getting to the house. Whereas the back lot, depending on how deep the lots are, that's going to be your driving factor, is how deep are your lots on your distance. So the front lot is more reliable because it's easier for the utility worker to get to those devices, to get to that equipment. It's more accessible. They're not having to go to backyards and deal with dogs and protected property owners and locked gates and
Garden sheds.
all kinds of stuff. Yeah, just things they have to come across. So I think front lot is definitely the way to go. I don't know if a lot of utilities that do back lot any longer.
I got to throw this out there though.
Sure.
Because it was evident during this last good storm that we had, where some of the transformers would be, the front lot was underwater because it connects to that cement drainage thing and it flooded into the front yards. So that's why a lot of it, for River Bluff, the backyards are better because the backyards won't hit that flooding that the front off the
Some of
streets.
these devices can be submersible. They can
Yeah,
submerge in water.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
I'm just putting that out there, that's the residents,
A drainage issue.
yeah.
What's cheaper, submersible type or just a taller pad?
Oh, to submerge them underground and like a vault. That's more like you're thinking about maybe like CPS, like going downtown San Antonio.
No, I'm saying, you said some of these could be submersible, they can be
I
underwater.
think water can be around them. I can maybe look at some more information about that for
I'm
you.
just saying it'd probably be cheaper to build a taller pedestal
You can.
to put them on.
Yeah, you can.
Less aesthetic in the front yard, though.
It's a box either way.
Yeah,
Build
I've
it
seen,
up.
That's my point.
I've seen neighborhoods where those boxes are all underwater, and all the houses
We're still on.
We're still on. It's these newer, so they can handle that.
Yep.
But that's all stuff to give out to the residents when we have the town hall meeting. That way we get their input.
Might throw that picture in there in your next presentation of that, showing these underwater.
Move the lights go on.
Well, we're taught that water should be around electricity, but
Yeah, sure. It's
there are
counterintuitive.
systems around it.
I wouldn't want to be standing in the water next to it, but
Don't say that.
and the easements are they're not as wide for underground. You don't need as much easement, especially if it's along the road right away and you got a private easement. 10-foot easements to install these underground systems. So these are some pieces of equipment that might be considered when installing this equipment in back lot. I mean, they have to go and try to access this stuff. It's not easy. You're going through somebody's gate. You're trying to pull out all this stuff. I saw, over in Austin, for example. Not that we're not calling Castroville Austin, but
Thank you.
in Austin, they have a lot of backlot construction, and they're having to use a machine similar to this, which is costly in itself. What's that?
Looks like a trebuchet.
It's called a
Just fling them in.
fling it. Yeah, so it carries a pole, a distribution pole. It can carry this 40-foot, 45-foot pole into this person's backyard. And, I mean, it takes a long time to install it that way. It's definitely not the preferred place to install this stuff in the back lot. And I was kind of discouraged not putting things in the backyard lot for the sake of the utility workers. It's to their benefit not to put it there. It reduces the time for outage, avoiding this costly equipment to maintain those systems. So I would strongly encourage front lot as a means of construction for the future. So it's a lot of challenges that they have to go through to go try to fix this, especially if it's in the back lot.
Now, can I ask a question? I mean, you definitely have some biases, but the biases are based on factual information.
Sure.
Where you're saying, hey, these are the positives. One of the things that I know that would be beneficial for our policymakers as we go along, because you're also designing this phased improvement to River Bluff, is to understand what the cost commitment will be. Because as you stated, sometimes you can feed more houses in the back than you could in the front, and you got to go under the street. And so there are definitely, while there's definitely some advantages to go in the front, there are also some costs that potentially could be higher because you're going that direction. So one of the things that I know I've talked to John about, and I just, publicly, for your benefit and for your benefit, is as we go through that planning process and you're working on this River Bluff, please help us understand what the cost commitments are early enough on so that we're not having to do a change order to change what we're doing. Does that make sense?
And that cost, to be clear, we've got to look at total cost of ownership. So some of the things you brought up, it's not just about the upfront cost, although it is about the upfront cost. It's also about the operating cost.
Yeah, well, it's stuff like this. I mean, if we have to go get a specialized piece of equipment to do the maintenance, long-term, that is a cost of maintenance that needs to be considered.
And I'd like also, especially your presentation to the residents of River Bluff, is a comparison. If we move the transformer to the front yard, how many less homes are going to be able to be connected compared to with it being in the backyard?
I think that's part of the cost.
Well, I just want that breakdown too.
Because
it could increase the
one versus the other.
It could increase the number of transformers we need.
So if you have,
I'll just say the installation in the backyard is going to be very challenging for a contractor to install, to put it back in place where the existing easements are today. With all the fences that they have to go through, all the backyards. I mean, they'd have to come back and put a boring machine in somebody's backyard potentially, which is a feat. I don't know how it's going to happen, but just from a construction standpoint, it may be challenging to even accomplish that.
I'm just, please put that out there because the residents want to say. And they're already at the point where they're saying somebody on city council said they're going in the front yard, no ifs, ands, or buts. And they are up in arms about it.
They are mistaken with that.
Asking. Right. That's why I'm asking for all the information available for my residents can turn around and give you, this is how we feel, this is what we want.
Well, it would be helpful. We may get there eventually, but a diagram of what the current layout looks like versus what you would propose, and how many changes. Because there are some that are in front lots, so they're not all in the back lots.
There's some, but
most of them are in the back lot.
But I want that out there because, like I said, people are already up in arms because they're saying city council already said that they're going in the front yard and we don't have a say. And I'm trying to tell people, no, that is not what happened. Somebody made a comment. It is not what's happening. So that's what I'm asking for because otherwise they're going to come at you and they're going to come at you fast.
No, they're going to come at us.
Well, they're going to come at him at the town hall meeting because he's giving the presentation, and then we're going to have to appease the masses.
Do you know that yet?
Did you know that?
We're going to do one. We never said he was going to do it, but
He's the SME. He's the SME, and I'm gonna want the SME there to answer some questions we're not gonna be able to answer.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
I will run this by some contractors and see what if there would be extra cost in doing that. Or the ability to construct that in the backyard as it is, and show them an example of that. And I've got some contractors I can reach out to try to figure that out. See if
Thank
that's something that they're capable of doing.
Thank you.
And I think that well, actually, let's get through the presentation. I've got a couple of other questions.
Sure. So this is kind of just a rough master plan. This is kind of the general idea of general routing of what we're thinking about doing. And of course, this may change because of trying to be more cost effective and laying this out. And so this is just kind of a general routing and plan. So this is some of this overhead distribution. This is coming from Highway 90 down here, coming up here, going underground with 3-phase, through here, down this direction, and back to this overhead distribution right here. So that's your loop system right there. What I'm trying to refer to is being more reliable because you have an outage in a transformer, or you have something that went wrong here. These guys are going to be without power for a long time until somebody fixes it, essentially. And here's some additional loops within that are kind of coming back to that main line and keeping it more reliable than what it is today, for sure.
And the proposed work that we've got, is that the green dots?
So, yeah, this is there's a phase, construction of phase right here, this is right here. And that's just a general idea, that's just a general outline. Because of some of the meter locations on some of the houses, we might pick up a lot here today rather than later because it makes sense construction.
But that's phase one of what was designed to be a 3-phase improvement process to River Bluff, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
With looping in the subdivision for the underground distribution. That's today, a lot of this cables are buried directly in the ground. There's no conduits. They're going to be installing conduits for all the new cables. So
Really?
if there's an issue, they can
Pull another cable.
Pull it back out.
pull it out, pull another one in. It's going to make it a lot easier for these guys. They're not going to have to do as much.
Is there anything from the old system that can be reused?
Yes, there is. So because some conduit has been installed, as I've talked to Tom Miller, we have some underground cables that are installed in conduit through here, and we're going to try to salvage that conduit and reuse some of that because it's already been installed. It's been within 3 years or so, and so a lot of this is older. I guess this subdivision was about the mid-'80s. Is that correct? And so
That sounds about right.
And so it's been direct buried. It's not easy to get to. It's not easy for them to fix anything.
Well, they use transformers too, so that doesn't help either.
Use transformers.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is just a general routing idea. This may be changed as we need to economically better do the detailed design. And so this is kind of a preliminary design that we've come up with so far that we need to talk to with the public works here with John, and sit down with Scott and Tom Miller and make sure that we're on the same page with some of these ideas. We've already been out on site. We've surveyed. We've done an 811 located all the utilities, have them marked on the field, surveyed those locations. So we've identified a lot of things out there already, the existing utilities. So we don't set equipment on top of a water heater or a fire hydrant or something like that. So a lot of that's already been developed. And so we've made some pretty good strides in working with the city and developing this far. So it's definitely a work in progress.
So I've got a question. If you go back to that last one, are you talking about boring under the street?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. They'll have to, and that's kind of what I'm getting to here. They're going to have to set up all across the street in somebody's yard, preferably on their driveway or something like that, so that they can shoot this board. Of course, they're going to pothole prior to boring, so they don't hit any utilities. You have a locator, so as this goes into the ground, they're able to locate exactly where the head of that bore is going. And then they pop it up, and then they pull back the conduit back this direction through the same hole they created. And so they're able to accurately place these conduits in the ground. And so they can go up, hit the existing meters on the houses.
This is similar kind of
And so it's not trenching,
technology.
it's less impact to people's yards, and all this is going to be installed in the right of way. Because there's no existing easements along the property, there's about 10 foot of grass easement, or grass in the right of way
Parkway, yeah.
on either side of the street. And so we can go within that right of way to install this equipment. We're going to try to use the existing equipment locations as much as possible, so we're not disrupting people. Of course, this first phase just has some front lot equipment located, and so it's not going to be the same for all the other phases because a lot of it's located in the back lot. So,
Is direct bury a thing of the past? You talking about running it in conduit now?
yes, sir.
Really?
That's a common practice on a lot of utilities.
Is that what our subdivision requires as well? You know?
What's that now?
Well, so one of the things we're talking about, so Country Village Estates, I think, has a few transformers in the back, but like all the new subdivisions are required to put them in the front. So if you were to build something new in Castroville, you wouldn't be given a choice front or back. It's going to
Really?
the front. Yeah. And what I was just confirming is that part of that is also that it goes into a conduit. So we don't do direct bury on new subdivisions. We require it to go in a conduit.
And as I understand, a lot of that is about the serviceability. It's making sure that you can actually get to things.
Well,
The
and
conduit too.
repairability, so if there is an issue, the downtime's minimized.
Yeah, if the line is broken, you can't pull it if it's directly buried. You just cut a trench and put in a new line. So.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting is I had gone through Westheim Village, I don't know how many times, and not until we started talking about River Bluff did I actually look to see that the utilities were in the front yards. So I went there afterward. I went driving around just to see, just new set of eyes, take a lay of the land, and I'm like, look at that. They're right there in the front. I never once had noticed them. But to River Bluff, because you've been so accustomed to that, it's something that's very different. The good news is that it's way less attractive to look at overhead for so many different reasons. And
I'm just saying.
I think we would have mutiny.
Let's hear what the residents have to say.
Oh, absolutely.
After they get all the information.
Yep. All right, thank you.
Yep, that's pretty much it. We've been talking,
Oh,
getting questions left and right, so if y'all have more
we
questions.
got ahead of ourselves.
Well, this is good discussion. I appreciate
Sure,
this.
sure.
Yeah. I'd have forgotten my question if I'd have waited till the end.
That's never a good thing.
So I had a question. I understood that we had already done the design on this and we're redesigning it?
Well, you did have some initial design work to determine what the phases were and what the estimated cost was per phase. But I think that's as far as that got, right?
It was just an overall master plan. Yeah, everything that's been done to this point is just kind of a master plan, an overlay, just a plan of attack to chew on this elephant, one bit at a time. And then
Did Schneider do
identify-
that or did KSA do that?
I'm sorry?
Did
No,
K?
Schneider.
Okay.
Yeah, we completed that task.
Oh, they didn't, okay, so.
No,
all right.
KSA is a civil company, they wouldn't, these guys would have done it.
Oh, they were talking about something else. Never
That's
mind.
correct.
It was something else they were talking about. All right.
Yep.
Makes sense.
So, yeah, that was back here. This is the initial plan that we came up with, that we talked about, worked with the city, and obtained, just developed a general idea of how to phase it, apply some general costs to each phase of construction, and how to get through this and keep everybody on at the same time as we work through it.
So what I'm hearing from you is, they did not do any looping back then?
This current system is all radial, so right now,
And so you could improve the system, by doing some looping in the process?
yes, sir. By adding the looping, that will improve the reliability of the system. And so currently the existing system, it starts here, and it generally kind of comes down here, up through this direction and up this way. And they're like fingers up this back lots right here. They kind of come up these back lots off of this one line that's not looped back on itself.
Yep.
And so you have just cable can be damaged, transformer will go bad, and they have to be able to access that stuff.
Value engineering?
I'm sorry?
Value engineering?
We call that D-value engineering?
Or it might be a developer trying to be cheap and
That's the story for back
I think
then.
all those apply.
trying to save some money to make more money for his pockets.
Yeah, it's just because from the city's standards, what we had in place in the 80s,
I think a lot of
whether
those are common
we're talking
construction.
about foundations or stormwater management or this, or common business practices, it probably wasn't common. Direct burying might have been a more common business practice back then.
It was.
Yeah, so there's have been improvements in the industry since then, and some of it's that. But some of it's also developers look generally, and that's the important, I know Herb has been the council's representative in this process. That's one reason why we have Clay and Herb working with developers, because, their ultimate aim, they want to put out a good product, but they also want to do it as inexpensively as they can.
Right.
And you don't want to don't blame them for that. But we also need to establish some standards, some quality standards. So that's what it is.
We're the ones that
have one point of clarity, and that's where do we stand in this process? I think I know where we stand, but I'd like to hear you say it. Where do you stand in the process? What's your timeline for kind of the next? What are your next 3 or 4 steps, and what is the timeline for those?
I see. So John kind of had a kind of tentative deadline by the end of this year to get into a phase of construction. So we've developed a preliminary plan at this point, and so we need to sit down with you guys to review that. I'm going to run this by a contractor, maybe look at options for feeding it in the back lot, and see what that cost would be.
So I also live in River Bluff, across Machina actually. But there were a lot of, I know one of the concerns on Facebook was there were all these street markings and other things being done. And I think the concern was they're getting ready to tear up my yard. And one of the things I wanted to hear you say is, no, we're just in the early part, design stages. That was just the field work that needed to be done.
It's just trying to
Identifying
know
where
where the
those
utilities
assets
are.
are,
Yep.
as you stated, where the fire hydrant is, that kind of thing, in relationship to where the street widths are and.
We're trying to minimize
easements
those
and all that.
conflicts up
Yes.
front by
Absolutely.
doing some design up front in the field.
Have a lot less change orders if you do that.
That's great. I'm trying to minimize that.
Well, I can tell you, the water and sewer pipes are not under the road. They're in our front yards. I know that because there's been numerous pipe ruptures and they are up in our front yards.
And that's where you want them.
Yeah.
You don't want them
So
under your street.
that'll give you an idea there. But what I would like to do then is as soon as you get the numbers and data and everything as far as what's more economical, what's best, all the information, we need to have a meeting with the River Bluff residents
Absolutely. And that
to
is,
get their input.
that is absolutely plan of record before we move forward with anything, before we make the final determination, because you'll be a part of that decision.
Oh, yeah.
We are going in front of the residents of River Bluff, and we're talking about this, just like everything else.
Oh, yeah,
We are talking
yeah.
about it
Oh, yeah.
straight out in the
Sounds like that
open.
might be this summertime sometime,
Okay.
which I know is quickly approaching.
Yeah.
July, August. Absolutely.
Okay.
When do you think that we would be ready? And that's another great question of clarification. When do you think we'll be ready to do a town hall on it?
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
I think.
And no, you can't call in
there,
sick.
To be honest, I mean, we're talking about the design phase of this, and so if we're talking about front lot versus back lot construction, that's what we're doing right now. That's what we are designing it right now. Now is, I need to go and talk to some contractors and see, are they willing to bid on that?
Oh.
If we did a back lot construction. There's definitely some challenges that they're gonna have to face. They're gonna have to pothole everything across the street at whatever angle they're going, and make sure they want to minimize their damages also. 'Cause that doesn't, their bottom line is not gonna be good for that, and it's gonna disrupt the residents, and they're not gonna be happy. But,
And if you're doing
I
that,
need to.
So what I'm hearing from you is safe to say that if we do backlot, probably gonna be more expensive.
I'm not gonna say at this point, but I can.
Yes.
I think it will, but, and the maintenance over time will be more costly for sure. But I can look at, I'm gonna talk to some contractors, see if that's a feasible thing that they would be willing to bid on, or even if it's able to be constructed in that manner. And if that is, I'll look at that option. And at that point, we can have a town hall, I think.
Yeah.
That would be a deciding factor of whether or not it would be constructed.
So
Is it an option?
I know that,
The easements are already existing, and so we have backlot easements already. We can go back in where we are today.
I know that some boring equipment can go hundreds of feet. I'm not sure that that's what we're looking at here. This was more designed to go 100 feet.
So what they may do is they could possibly just set up a grid, like across the street here, bore all the way down these back lots, all these back lots, and then pull the conduit back and then pull it up out of the hole
Just
that
come
they
up,
need to. as they
come up at each
all
of the
way
terminals,
through back lots.
yeah, each of the
And
transformers.
that might
yeah.
be a possibility.
That's going to be up to your contractor whether he has the experience and equipment to do that, so.
Yes.
That's more like 1,000 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
So those are pretty good runs. I mean, like this one right here, that's a.
I've
Your
seen it.
standard block's 400 feet, but I don't.
Like, right there,
Yep.
that's where one of the transformers is in the backyard. If we put it there, that's one of the flooding areas that we had. This
Okay.
is another one. They had flooding down here, we had flooding down here.
Yeah, that,
So-
Sheena, that south line where you show the double line down along there,
Right
that's that concrete drain that
Right.
goes all the way across the bottom of
Yeah,
the
so
subdivision.
that's why it's a concern, because they don't have flooding going on in the backyard. They had flooding in their front yards because of these drainages. So that's what we've got to look at, and I mean, even down here, it rushed all the way down the hill and flooded into here, into this person's
Curve,
yeah, and went over the curb into these people's front yard, this, right there. So that's stuff we've got to look at because we are on an incline.
I guess this is all important, but
Right.
I think John knows what areas flood. You're working with the engineers. I think we needed to let them do their work and then come back and present their plan to us.
Yeah.
So we can move forward.
Well, the residents need to
Well,
say.
again, he's going to present a preliminary and then we'll sit down with the residents.
Yeah.
We've got some tough choices to make here. This is a very expensive thing that is very necessary. And so, and there's a lot of thoughts and opinions and concerns about it, so we'll continue to have that open communication with them. I think that we need to continue to be diligent. I'll work with you on communicating with those folks. We'll go I'll do some walking with you. And we'll make sure that we allay their fears about making decisions without them. But they have to realize that we will do what is best for the city.
Oh, yeah, and they understand
Yeah.
that, but they just want to have their voice heard.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because they're already under the assumption, like Scott said, on Facebook, Nextdoor and everything, they're saying, they made the decision, it's going to my front yard and I didn't have a voice. And so, yeah, they're really
Yep,
making
well-
sure that I stomp
The
through.
neighbor's been there, since the mid-80s.
Yep.
They're not used to seeing a box in front of their yard. It's
It's a shocker.
yeah, it's different.
It's-
One of the questions that's come up, I know that Darren's brought it up a couple times, is whether or not a special assessment can be established over that area for those users, since in some respects, you're asking all of the utility payers to pay for improvements that really only impact River Bluff. And I think, we've got to talk to our legal counsel to see, one, if that's feasible, and two, we can talk about under what conditions we want to do that, because
Well, but see.
it's one thing to do it as what we're presenting. It's another thing to say, okay, we're going to go take it to the residents choose the more expensive option at the cost of all the other ratepayers.
But see, here's where the problem is, though. This has been an approved project since 2012. Approved by the city council since 2012. And every time the city was about to pull the trigger and start the project, it gets put on hold. Since 2012. And there was money that was supposed to be earmarked and set aside to pay for this project since 2012. So how fair is it for residents of River Bluff to pay the price because of what previous city councils, yep, we approved it, but we're putting it on hold, and has been put on hold now all this time?
So part of this is that and I cannot answer, obviously I wasn't here in 2012, so I can't answer exactly why that happened, how that happened, why it wasn't done. The reason that we are pushing this forward and looking at all these options is so that we can get it done.
Right.
As we do this, there are going to be costs that are involved with it, and I do believe that there are portions of it that the rest of the districts need to pay for, portions of it. That's why we have collective money as a city. But if it gets to a point where we say, this is the most cost-effective thing, and it makes more sense, this is partially a responsibility to everybody else that lives here, is making sure that everybody is aware of what that cost is. So we have an obligation to make sure that you've got reliable utilities, and we have a responsibility to everybody else. So I don't think that I need to say this to you, but I might need to say it to your constituents. This is something that we will pursue until it is complete.
Yeah.
We're not going to let it get kicked down the road anymore. This is something that we are doing. We just have to figure out how.
Right, and just have
there's a
all
lot
that
of moving parts.
information out there. Just have all of that out there if that's what the city's looking at.
My concern, as the administrator and the person who's to be held accountable for the budget that's been established, and everything you brought up, I think, has merit, and the extent that if you've done it in 2012, and like Darren, I can't get into why it wasn't done and all that, but the fact of the matter is the costs have only increased since 2012 to now. If we end up having to do something that would make the cost go up even more, we have established a budget. And that budget has a finite ability, because what we are using currently, until and unless you issue some debt, which I've talked about before, is our fund balance. And so that fund balance, there's only a certain amount, and that's what's available.
Correct.
And it's about $680,000.
Correct.
So we also have to be aware of that.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware of that. That I understand. But to look at River Bluff, put basically the higher weight of it onto the River Bluff residents isn't really fair, because it wasn't their fault that the project had been put on hold all these years.
I think one of the things we need to keep in mind is that with any renovation or remodeling project, you can say, okay, we're going to do this, and then as you open the door, you go, oh my God, what have we gotten ourselves into?
Correct.
So I think
And that's all part of the information needs to be shared with the residents when we do this town hall meeting.
But what I'd like to say is, again, we represent the whole city.
Correct.
And we're not asking the resident, it cannot be an open checkbook to them.
Correct.
They have to
no.
understand. We're not asking them to do anything different that's what is going into our new subdivisions now.
Correct.
So it really is going to be a cost consideration. But if it's, I want them in the backyard because I've always had it in the backyard. The reason this is falling apart now and so expensive is that they didn't go and spend the extra money when they put it in.
Okay.
The developer, to put in good transformers, to put in PVC piping, that then it'd be a no-brainer to replace these things.
Correct.
So your constituents have to understand we are committed to finish it. We're committed to bring the city's resources to help finance this, but they can't expect an open checkbook.
Oh, yeah.
And as long as they keep an open mind to this. No decision's been made yet.
Right.
So that's all you need to go back and
So,
talk.
and I do want to move this along. I'm giving this a little bit of extra leeway just because I know that it's a very sore subject. It is something that there's been a lot of miscommunication about. There's been a lot of misunderstanding. So again, I'm giving it some extra leeway just to make sure that nobody feels like you're getting pushed aside. But this is something that we will actively pursue, and I believe that you know that.
Yes, sir, I do. I appreciate it.
All right.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Devin.
So Devin gets to follow that up. Yeah, thank you for coming down. I appreciate that. I almost didn't have you do this, but just because I felt like it was a little bit premature, but I'm glad you did, because I think that you're bringing up some of the things that we can start talking about early, and we can make sure that we're getting planned for correctly and getting that information. So I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So our next item is consider and take appropriate action on approving the purchase of a Vermeer BC 1000 XL brush chipper. So this is an item that we talked about before, and I know that we've been talking about it since it was on the agenda. This is an approved budget item from our last budget cycle. There have been some questions and some concerns that I think that we need to address, and then we can move forward, but I'd like to give Scott a chance to talk about this. Yeah, you're welcome.
Scott?
I threw him under the bus at the first
Initially-
meeting, and I haven't stopped since.
Initially, until I had some concerns that were brought up, I think today, my approach to this particular item was as far as I knew, this is a budgeted item. It was budgeted at $37,000. It went through a budget process with whomever that was, which I have to assume was you all. And what we're bringing back is a cost of $37,400. Part of the reason the cost is slightly higher is that it's going to come with a 5-year maintenance plan, which is something that
That's
with
a big
chippers
deal.
specifically, it's kind of it's an advisable thing for us to undertake, and it's at a small amount of expense if you want to look at it that way. But since then, I've been asked, well, why in the heck are we buying this in the first place? Well, I didn't really ask my staff because I assumed y'all had had that conversation, but I can speak to a couple of things. When one of the things that we are doing currently, and it goes back to what we were talking about before, the inefficiency of some of these brush piles, et cetera, we actually have the same challenge from a staff standpoint. We trim trees on a quite regular basis, more regular than I think most people realize. So once a month, we have a public works trailer, or public works yard roll-off that gets utilized, and we get charged for that as per our contract. That's around $500. But we also do other roll-offs during the year that we also get charged for brush and other debris. If we had a chipper, this could be another service that we could advertise. So whereas we aren't in the waste management business per se, we could offer, one of the things that the council could consider is offering a limb chipping service to people who need it when they need it. We could do a number of different things, but from a convenience thing, and I'm going to be a little candid about that from this perspective. There are certain tools that, as a city manager, I just like to have. It's kind of like in your own, toolbox. It's just nice to have these things because they end up being eminently more useful than you planned on them being, right? And a chipper is one of those. A bucket truck is another. I love having bucket trucks because they just lots of opportunity to utilize them in ways that you may not have planned on when you first got it. And then certainly certain types of digger equipment, other things like that. So I can answer a few questions just on kind of what we anticipate are some of the offsetting costs of this, but that's as deep as I can go to a certain extent.
So one of the concerns was that we had a chipper back in like the late 90s, and I guess the folks that were running it didn't like to run it, so it mysteriously broke a lot. And then we ended up just getting rid of it. And so I believe that the difference between a smart person and a wise person is that a smart person learns from their mistakes and a wise person learns from others. I do believe that we need to look at things like this. That said, to your point, having a chipper like that, and Devin has expressed this, his job is to do things as efficiently as possible. I mean, your job is to do things as efficiently as possible so that we can move forward and accomplish more, provide better customer service. To me, this is something that belongs in our tool belt. I have a chipper at my house that is not currently working, and so now I have a lot of extra brush that I have to put out personally. It's not as big as this, obviously, but it's more size for mine. I think that it's something, as they go through, just looking at effectiveness, as they're going through and they're cleaning out with the limbs, they don't have to cut them down, load them up, bring them over, offload them. I think it's a lot more efficient. So what we're trying to do, especially as the city is growing, is to do things more efficiently so that we can accomplish more with less. So if you are in support of this, I know that Devin is, and he looks at these things really closely. I support it. Obviously, this is council's decision, but I just wanted to hear it from you, what your stance on this was.
Again, I kind of had the stance when I got here. I wasn't going to weigh in on the items that had already been budgeted because I didn't go through that budget process, and I respect that it did go through a process. And so I'm not going to weigh in on it unless I have a serious concern. This isn't one I have a serious concern about, and I've already kind of stated I like it. I like having it, but it's up to you all. Yes.
I have another facet of this is the fact that if it's not recycled, it's buried.
Yep.
Everything that leaves this city in a waste management truck ends up underground somewhere else. And there's a limited lifetime to that, and I really think that if we can use the materials that our crews gather to create mulch and pathways and whatever else landscaping materials that we would use it for, it's a real good investment, and it's a good position for the city to be in.
Well, we'd like to be able to provide that mulch back to the community. I think, I've seen that done in a number of communities.
I was going to ask that question.
Yeah, have it, once you get a good enough stockpile, you invite people to come in and say, it's here till it's gone.
Buckets.
You know, and you can charge for it or not charge for it. I've seen it done both ways. I mean, it depends on what the cost is. If you actually have to have someone there in a loader and loading people up,
And that's-
there is a
that's
cost
gonna be my
to
question.
that, right?
Who's going to be operating the mulcher? Because say we tell people, all right, bring your brush down, we'll chip it for you.
No, I think this would be a service that the city would provide. It's a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
It's extremely loud.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know it is. What about people to come get the mulch for their yard and everything? Do we have an extra body that I don't know about, you see what I mean?
Well, we do have, the thing is, we do have park attendants that operate machinery, and they're there all week.
So this would be maintained at the
including
park?
weekends, potentially. Again, we have not gone through that policy creation, and that's something I need to work on with staff and bring to you, because as I stated, there's a couple hundred different ways you could do this, as far as, how advanced you want to get, what kinds of, do we want to actually go out and do the service just as part of our street cleaning, and not charge anybody, and we just go around and use our streets folks, and they do it when and as they can. Do we want to do it on a regular basis, or do we want to charge a fee for it and make it a fee for service? There's a couple of different ways to do that. So I'll talk to staff, and I'll also look to you all to help engage us, but we can't do any of that without a machine, so.
Well, and part of like the anomaly that we had just recently with this storm, it is an anomaly. It does not happen often, but when it does, it's pretty impactful. If we had that tool in our tool belt, yes, we have the city workers are doing other things, but there's potential to bring in people on overtime. There's potential for us to provide that as a service. And if you look at the cost of, again, with one city doing this, the minimum is 55 grand. This is much less than that. What they actually paid was close to 3 times the amount of this machine. As long as we have a good policy for how we deal, like, we should not expect that we're going to be providing this to residents. We have mostly softwoods here. We don't have really that many hardwoods, so I wouldn't expect that we're going to have a lot of hardwood mulch, which is what you actually want for mulch. But as Devin talks about, where he can place that around the park, as they're going out and doing the trimming in the drainage ways and around the overhead lines, they don't even have to bring that back in and put it in one central place. If you're doing it in a drainage, you put it back in the drainage, and it goes back, back to the earth. So, anyway, I think it's very functional.
I think, John, you actually had 3 roll-offs mostly at Public Works for Frankfurt, and they're always full.
Yes.
I mean, so if you go 3 roll-offs a month, that's
about
$1,500 a month for just there.
Yeah.
So this thing, just the fact that we could do that, and yeah, I know it's expensive, but I think if we do it smartly, I think we had this discussion also at the budget cut. If we do it smartly, I think this could be an asset.
Yep. As long as we've got some continuity with city staff and with elected officials, and we make sure that we're not buying stuff and then selling it, and then buying it and then selling it. But that is, we can't pay for the sins of our past.
Yeah, I'll just tell you that as far as that earlier comment about what happened in the 90s, that's just totally unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. We can't have equipment that we aren't taking care of, that we're abusing, that is purchased but not utilized, like generators and things of that nature. If we've got it and we bought it for a reason, it needs to be put to that use, and it needs to be maintained. And part of it's one thing for me to say that, so that would be my expectation. And where I would come to you is when there is a financial need, some resources that are needed to maintain it. And that has been an issue, that a point of failure in the past is where and this building is a great example of that. We have this beautiful building, but we failed to maintain it. Because the cost of maintenance is significant. And so those are the types of issues you can run into with equipment as well. You've got this great piece of equipment, but geez, it costs too much something went out on it, and now it's, well, that's going to be this amount of money. Well, we don't have that. So that's the type of issue I'm going to bring to your attention and give you an opportunity to vote on if it's not a budgeted item. But as you've already stated, that's the purpose of that budget.
I would hope we'd be doing that with all the new equipment that we're buying. You know, that we take care of it and keep the inside and the outside clean. That's a billboard for the city, you know, and the trucks specifically. So I think the chipper's a good deal. Will it do sofas and stuff like that too?
No.
I mean,
No. Nice try.
okay, never mind.
Or mother-in-laws. It won't do well either.
Oh, it will. I read about one in the paper.
No, we're not going there.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
support
may
it.
I offer a motion?
I can support it.
Did Councilman Dyer have any discussion?
Yeah, I don't have any problem since it's already budgeted and they used the proper procedures for getting the quote, but what about the extra $402 that wasn't budgeted? Is that an issue for anything?
Not really.
Okay, I don't have any problem with it.
I make a motion.
Yeah, I would like to move that we approve the purchase of the Vermeer BC 1000 XL brush chipper as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work on that, guys. All right, next item, consider and take appropriate action on approving a project development agreement with Amoresco for an investment grade audit of the electric meter, natural gas, and water meter infrastructure with a walkaway price not to exceed $45,000. So, and I want to introduce you. Thank you for coming down. What's that?
DeVal alums.
Oh, thank you. So I've gotten a number of calls on this. I think that there's a lot of concern about us doing an automatic meter reading service. I work in technology, and so I see the benefit in doing this. And this is the discussion that I've had a number of times. This is one of the ways that we will, if you look at the way that most communities are doing things now, a lot of the communities around us, both for retrofit and definitely for new development, they're going this direction. One of the reasons that we need to look at this now is because you look at the size of our infrastructure. How many meters do we have right now?
1,600.
About 1,600 water meters. Okay, and with another, well, at least 900 plus however many additional meters they do for sprinkler systems for irrigation. We've got 1,000 that are on our doorstep. So we've got nearly the same amount. And as we look at the developments that are happening outside of the existing city, where we have right now water and we have power, there we're just going to have the water. We're not going to have both services. Oh, and sorry, the gas as well. So we're reading 3 meters at the same location, 3 times more efficient, understanding that water is the most time-consuming piece of that, and we're not getting the benefit out of the additional. So if we want to look at part of the question that I have had ongoing and that I know that Scott is working on is how do we scale the city? We know that the city is growing. We have the development agreement in front of us right now just with one that will double the size of our city. How do we keep from, if we double the size of the city right now, we don't get the same level of revenue, and we're going to have to bring on at least one more person to be able to read those meters. I think that this is the way that we start doing the investment now, so that the new home builders, the new home buyers are going to be footing that cost instead of the existing residents. And part of our commitment to our residents is not to burden the existing residents, the existing people with the new growth. And I think that this is one of the best ways to do this.
Sorry, if I may speak to one of the issues, and DeVal and I have been very careful about this because honestly, the study will bear this out and tell us exactly where we stand. But I know that included with the policy, the water leak policy, is some analysis of our water loss. And the more I dug into that, we're losing 30 million gallons of water a year. 10 million of it we can account for. 20 million of it we really can't. And when you look at, okay, if we produce a little like 215 million, 20 million, that's about 10%. Guess what the accuracy failure rate is on a meter that's from the 1950s? About 10%.
Yep.
So the point is that
I don't know it for a fact, but this process would help bear out if we were to undertake this. One, you're looking at a lot of water conservation. If you know, that's what I'd like to see, frankly. I don't want to see people's bills go up by 10%. That's what you'd be looking at. It's not that we would increase the bill, it's that they would actually get charged for what they're consuming for the first time in many, many, many years because of the failure rate of whatever meter, however old that meter is. The issue is that you're doing it all at once, right? You're taking all this on at once. But that goes back to what I think the mayor was just talking about, which is with the development we have coming on board, you have to have the infrastructure, the AMR part of it, in order to keep from having to hire another meter reader. And that comes with a project like this. And we think, I mean, it's going to be pretty close to self-funding once you get it, once you start to recoup that 20 million gallons over time. 20 million gallons a year is quite a bit of money.
And to be clear, that's not every single person. That is, we have a representative, there's a subset of people that have old meters, and a subset of those have old meters that don't work.
Right.
They don't work properly. And so what's happening is that everybody is paying for the water for these people, because ultimately the cost of running the water system, we all burden that. We're all burdened by that.
Yeah, we actually looked at the cost of production. So you have that in your report as well. And I don't have it in front of me in part because my iPad's dying. But yeah, it's 70,000 plus to produce that water, just the chemicals alone. So you start, I mean, these costs start to add up, and that's part of that work that, again, the engineering firm that DeVal represents, Amoresco, will do for us to help us understand, okay, it's just like this River Bluff, they'll help us understand what are the pros and cons, and then we also have, I think, an opportunity that I have not been able to talk to DeVal much about, which is that the Medina Electric Cooperative and what they've approached to us with us about our electric meter side, where they're already doing this for their co-ops and their cooperative members. And if we were to join the co-op, and that's definitely not a done deal, that's something that we'll bring forward and evaluate and see if that's something that's of interest. But whether or not we join, one of the things that they've said that we might be able to do is glom onto their basically AMR process, which involves the utilization of their poles and technology that they're using to, again, do it on the electric side. Now, can that actually be expanded to include some of the other meters? I have no idea. That's where it gets out of my depth. But that's something that DeVal and her partner can really help us with.
And to be clear, their company is not, we're not hiring a contractor to go and do all the installation. They are consulting and project management. They're going to figure out, they're going to work with us to understand what the best devices are, what the best back-end systems are, because part of this is that our business intelligence is only as good as the software that comes along with it. And so we need to, that's why we need somebody that is expert with this. Right now, we don't have anybody at the city, unless I've missed somebody, that has this level of expertise. I'm very familiar with it, but I don't have the level of expertise to get into something like this. So these are people that do this a lot for a lot of cities, and you know your business. You've got great, I know that Scott's been digging into all of the references and finding, he's trying to find your skeletons. I think he found maybe an arm bone or something, but that's about it. So
CPS don't have anything on their end as far as electric that they could help us with?
AMR? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't approached them about it.
You got 2 meters on the ranch, and they're both smart meters.
Right.
They never come in.
I haven't approached them about what they're utilizing and how they're doing that. I don't know.
But I think that's
it was
part
something
of
that brought up. Yeah, I didn't ask for that information. They just Medina Electric Cooperative, which I refer to as MEC. They did mention it when they were talking to us. So I really haven't expanded beyond that. But that is something. I'm glad you asked the question, because it is something that we could try and explore. In addition to whatever MEC's got. Well, what does CPS have? Yeah, that's a fair question.
I had some previous city council people come up to me, and they're thinking that when they put in the new housing on Lower Lacoste Road, some of those homes had smart meters put in.
We might have tested some technology. John, are you aware? Have we done any testing? Because I know there's different. So there's different technologies that are utilized in smart metering. There's stuff that requires antenna and that kind of stuff.
Right.
But then, like I said, in Ennis, we did it in a phase rollout, and we used a cellular-based technology, as I recall, and so it didn't require antennas. It was more expensive, but it allowed us to roll it out over time. And we had just
frankly had a lot more assets than Castroville has.
Yeah.
And so we were able to just kind of do it on our own without a whole lot of supervision, working with different, you know.
I was just seeing if we had that data to tap into, if we, since apparently we do have homes here in Castroville that do have smart meters.
I just don't, I'm not aware of any of that coming to us.
And you're talking about
I'd have to
a
talk
couple
about
of dozen
I
homes.
think
Yeah,
I think the
but
newest,
still.
Yeah, I have to talk to our
homes,
customer service, because I'm not aware of any of those that are currently operating.
Okay.
the newest homes in Castroville are in West Town Village, and I don't believe any of those.
Well,
have
or
smart
outside
meters.
the city limits. Like I said, I got 2 smart meters at the ranch, and one of them, they put an antenna on because it wasn't good, reliable, and antenna didn't even do it. So they come and they put a booster on a pole. It's a box on a pole, and everything's good after that. No cost to me.
So that's one of those items that we're going to have to go through as
We're all paying for it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And that's one of the things, I know that you're looking at these, the total cost of ownership, do we have the expertise long term? And the $45,000 that we're talking about, this is not a $45,000 project. This is much more than a $45,000 project. Again, we are looking.
Millions. I mean, I've been candid about that. If we were to do the replacement project, it would be millions of dollars more than likely. $2 or $3 billion, I would expect. I don't know.
But we're
Because it's
talking
more
about doing it all at one time?
Yeah, you're talking about doing it all, you basically do it all at once, because you have a efficiency of cost when you do it that way. So it's actually costing you less, even though it's a lot of money to spend all at once. It's like buying a fleet of cars instead of just buying them one at a time. You do get a discount in that respect, and you also get a huge discount on the installation costs, because you got one contractor that brings in an army and they just take care of it. But yeah, there's definitely some efficiencies. It would be expensive, but that's the work that I want to see done. That's what I desperately need, kind of as an administrator, to be able to evaluate and give you some policy-making level decision-making tools to say, okay, this is what the pros and cons are, this is what the cost is, and here's how we recoup that cost over time. I'm not terribly concerned about the ability to recoup the cost in the water system. Even, you know, we know that some rate changes are going to happen in the future. By rate change, yes, I'm signaling a rate increase, because that's just the way things are, folks. It's an inflationary cost. But I think even doing a project like this, we're not looking at massive increases because of that project. Now, there may be other issues, like the fact that our system itself has massive leaks and issues. But this project, I think, will be something that it'll bear out. It'll be fine. I just have to, I gotta get them approved, get them working, get that to me. And, you know, one of the things I told the mayor is, look, we need to pull the trigger on this or not, because I've got, from a capital side, we're about 3 months behind where I wanted to be for something like this. I've got to get that data to be able to put it into our capital planning process. So if y'all were to say yes tonight, my next call is to Chad and to Val and say, okay, how quick can we get this started? Because I've got stuff to do.
All right, so I think that we've talked a lot. Are there any other, do you have concerns, questions?
I think that at our last meeting, we discussed the fact that this $45,000 is not a fraction of what it actually costs to do this study. And, you know, it's an overview that we currently lack, as Scott just mentioned, that we don't have this data. We can't get this data for 3 times, 4 times that price.
Right.
So I think this is the future looking us in the face. We need to embrace it.
And the fact is that they would not do this. Well, let me ask you this, just to confirm. I know the answer to this, but if we just hired you as a service to come in and do just this investigation, would you do it for $45,000?
No, sir, not at all.
You have?
We would not do that. We're wanting to implement the entire project because the project is where you have the greatest benefit. Data tends to sit on a shelf. We want to give you the data because it gives you the ability to make a decision based on data, information that actually makes sense and provides you with the financial, the economic, as well as the impact on citizens.
And what I would expect, how many systems have you done as a company?
Oh, boy. So there's 2 parts to this, right? So the company itself has probably done a dozen or so. Chad and I have done over 50 right here in Texas.
50 cities?
Yes. all
Okay,
in
we're not talking
Texas.
about 50 small installations. They've
No.
done 50 cities.
Oh, correct. Cities as big as Mesquite, where you have 2,000 meters, Woodlands, where you have 34,000 meters, to small cities like El Campo and Shiner. Shiner is smaller than yours.
Really?
So,
And with the experience that you have, you're confident enough that you're willing to put yourself at risk, and just saying, if all things go awry and you don't see the benefit in this, we will eat the additional cost and it will only cost you $45,000. So this is more like an insurance policy based on the experience that you have. And so you wouldn't do this just because you're doing this at risk for us, and that's your insurance policy.
correct. That's exactly what it is. It's simply a walkaway. We want to make sure that you're really wanting to do the project and not just wanting to do a study. That the study provides you the data in order to do a successful project.
And I think that one of the problems that we've had in the past is that too often we've said, and this is, I think with River Bluff is a perfect example, we've said this is too much money, so we're just not going to do it. And we're not going to look at it, we're not going to examine it. I think that there are things that are going to cost us money that we're going to have to deal with. I think we hit those head on. We have to be incredibly diligent not to do things that are going to increase property tax rates, utility rates. This is our responsibility to keep those as low as possible. And what's happened is it's been kicked down the road too many times, and the impact of that is not a cost savings. It is, we're now bearing the burden of that from previous councils, previous generation, previous decades, because they did kick these things down and did not address them. And so that's why I want to hit this straight on.
This is also one of the few projects the city will do where you will recoup the costs from the billings. I mean, it's one of the few. You won't recoup 100%, but it'll offset the costs, and that's rare in city projects, as you know.
And this is the time to do it before we double, triple the amount of meters that we've got.
So now the magic question is for Scott.
Yes, sir. We're talking about battery, it's about to go out.
Do we have 45,000 available to do this?
Yeah, I mean, we already passed a reimbursement resolution to spend this money. Again, this comes from the utility fund balance, which is healthy.
Yeah.
This would come from the water side, not the electric side.
Okay.
So there's money there to do it. I was just doing some mental math a minute ago. 20 million gallons, your lowest inside city rate, this is the lowest rate, is like $5 per 1,000 gallons. So 20 million divided by 1,000 is 200,000 times $5 is $100,000 times how much, that's a year. Annually. So how much debt service could I issue? That covers $2 million. $50,000 per million, more or less, in today's market. Now, it's actually a little bit more. You can get a little bit more money than that, so maybe 1.2. So that's $2.4 million for a project. We don't know what the cost of the project is, and I know I'm throwing out numbers, and they're not vetted, and Val's like, geez. But my point is, I feel very confident that we're going to be really close. And there's also nothing that says we have to do it all at once. We're going to evaluate different strategies, right? But I do see a tremendous advantage to moving this direction. If nothing else, it's going to help our dilapidated system identify where we can best invest our funds. And we talked about that going forward, like where are the areas that most need repair.
To your point, I told on myself the last council meeting that after our discussions about some of our customers' water bills, I started looking at mine a little more carefully and discovered that I had used a very low amount of water on my last bill. And so the crew came out and replaced my meter. I went back and looked at a few other months, previous bills, and there were periods, there were months, billing cycles where I had zero water use.
Wow.
And
a failed
I'm
meter.
not the only one.
I've had to call the city out
I've never
twice.
had zero.
No, I've had,
I haven't had zero yet.
at our house, twice I've called the city to replace the meter because they showed zero usage.
But think about it, I mean, you can think about it a bunch of different ways. Think about Walmart. And I know Walmart has a tremendous amount of loss if you talk to their loss prevention folks. But everybody pays a price for that. We are all paying a price for that. This is not the city's not looking to get rich on this. We're really, like I said, I think the best thing that can come from this is conservation. Because people will realize, holy cow, we're using a lot of water. We need to cut back on how much water we use because it's costing us, right?
That's
Zero water.
Well, and I guess the other thing is, when's a good time to do this? We're going to really increase the amount of of meters, water meters here in the next few years. If you're going to do this, it needs to be done now.
Soon, yeah. Agreed.
To actually look at it, because, you know, this is the time to do it before we increase, because if we can come in with this program, all these new houses and all these new hookups can use this. So based on that, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'd like to make a motion that staff, that we approve this TIPS contract with Amoresco. Amoresco's performance contract, AMR study.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
That is
I got
two
a
tips, correct?
Oh,
Question.
yes.
I would be supportive of the motion, but I'd like to put in a not to exceed $45,000.
Yes.
An amendment to the motion, if that's possible.
All right.
I agree to that amendment.
As a second, I agree to the amendment.
Great. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion passes.
Just as a note, I think the $45,000 is a contract price, so I don't think
Yeah, that's
there'll be
right.
any fluctuation in it. So- Yeah, so it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt either way, but
Well, thank you for coming again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
I
very
will
much.
be in touch with y'all tomorrow.
Can we have a little discussion on the agenda items?
sure.
We're already 3 hours into this meeting, and
I
I
have
do want
94
to...
more minutes on this battery, so.
Okay,
just to
well,
tell you before-
How many?
But like these next 2 items, 3 items,
Okay.
I think those are going to take a lot of discussion on their own, but I would still like, if we could skip those and postpone those to a few... I would
I can tell you the
entertain
next two are actually very short discussions.
Well,
How
except
much
you-
discussion you want to have on the leak forgiveness is a question?
Yeah, let's put that one off. Let's hit the next two.
Well, except you're asking us to make an authorizing to enter into a master service agreement.
Yes, except I just want to explain this. I've already signed these. I'm looking for your approval of my signature, and the reason I already signed it is because it's no cost to you. It's like doing the buy board or anything else. All this does is open up for John and his folks to call yet another area, like another service company with Medina Electric. They've got all their equipment and people, et cetera. So when we have a massive storm or we have to go clear our lines or that kind of thing, we can actually contract through them. That's all this does. It's not.
So let's actually, so we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
Let's-
I'm sorry.
If it's
Go on.
okay,
If
let's go to the next one.
It's going to be a short thing.
I think it will be, Phil.
I totally agree. Yes, we've gone a lot. So, next item, consider and take appropriate action on entering into a mutual confidentiality agreement with Medina Electric Cooperative. And one of the things that he was talking about is talking to them about some of these things we need to have done. Yeah. Scott, you want to go into more detail?
Yeah, so I'll just mention that all this is for is, and we didn't actually have to do it tonight, we could have done that probably in July or August, but I'm going to go through Schneider. Y'all have used Schneider in the past to help evaluate your wholesale power contracts. The wholesale power contract we have with CPS is up in probably spring of next year. So what you typically do is start around in the summer to start asking for wholesale proposals, power proposals. Schneider does all that for us. Medina Electric Cooperative has never participated in that process because they typically don't. It's a little bit of an aberration. Following this last freeze event, they saw the struggles that our city and other cities went through, and they talked about the kind of basically the geographic advantages to Castroville, to the Medina Electric Cooperative, and their members basically authorize them to approach us and say, hey, do you want to join our cooperative? And I think that, personally, I think it's an excellent opportunity that we need to look at, because I just don't know, I don't know all the pros and cons until they do a presentation. All this does is, it's just it's a non-disclosure agreement that we're saying that when it comes to Schneider and they come to us and talk to us confidentially, probably in executive session, about their proposal and the other proposals that we receive, that we will not divulge that information. Again, we probably could wait a little bit to do this, but they gave me that at the same time they gave me this master contract. I said, we'll just do both. So I've actually already signed it. I'm looking for ratification from you because it's not costing us anything. It's just a free look.
Okay, because I had many concerns. That's good to know that this isn't, because after Snowmageddon, people that are on Medina, River West and all that, on Medina Electric, there were some of the people that they had outrageously crazy power bills through Medina Electric, so, okay.
So we aren't talking about all that
Yeah,
tonight?
yeah.
That's all going to be
Okay.
evaluated and they do their presentation
Okay.
and we talk about whether.
We are
yeah.
very far away from doing this. This
Yeah,
is the
no,
framework, right?
that's
Right.
why I'm glad he specified that this is that.
Yeah.
because-
Well, to move this along, I'd like to make a motion that we give affirmation to Scott's decision to, but I would entertain that, or actually, we, basically, the city council approve
Service agreement.
The mutually
the mutual
confidential.
confidential agreement with Medina Electric Cooperative, Inc.
Here,
Got a second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. The next item,
Bless you.
next item, consider and take appropriate action on authorizing the city administrator to enter into a master services agreement with Medina Electric Cooperative, Inc. for as-needed basis, management-related and operation-related services.
So this is what I was saying before. This isn't obligating us to anything. He would be utilizing, John Gomez would be utilizing budgeted funds at his discretion, whether to use them with this agreement or through some other contractor. We still have to go through all the purchasing, the state purchasing requirements to do that. This just opens one more avenue for us to be able to basically, it's kind of like a mutual aid agreement, but it has set prices, et cetera, that if we were to call on them, they'd show up and we would agree to pay. But all that would actually have to be from budget expenditures or in a declared emergency, which the mayor would have power. Does that make sense?
All right.
Well, and I guess a question related to that. So right now, without this agreement, what is the city doing? What is John doing?
We call other people. We just don't call on them because we don't have an agreement with them.
So we don't call, but we call Ajax
Yeah.
Electrical Service.
Right.
CPS.
CPS.
Well, I know CPS, we have an agreement with them on gas, but do we actually call them in to do, are we calling CPS in to do what we're asking these guys to do now?
Yeah, it would be on an emergency basis though.
Oh, so on an emergency basis, we call CPS in. So with this agreement here,
We could have an option.
Yeah, just think of it as, this is an additional contractor that we can utilize.
Yeah,
That we could
Memorandums of
utilize.
understanding.
Could
type
utilize
thing.
them.
Right.
Could utilize, right?
Could utilize.
Yeah.
but we're not pre-approving
No.
the cost.
No.
Because we haven't seen the cost, so where you're calling in CPS because they have to do $40,000 worth of work, that would have to go before us. Whereas this thing, we already are in this agreement, so we wouldn't have any say on these expenditures.
This is for emergency
No, this
services
is like
only.
No,
joint
it's
storms
not.
we
No.
have.
No,
this is-
because like right now, for instance, we have line clearing that needs to be done.
Okay.
This master services agreement would allow us, if we chose, to approach Medina Electric Cooperative, see if
Okay.
they'd be willing to come and do that work at
Okay.
the rates that they've declared. But again, all of that has to be budgeted, and it is budgeted for,
Okay.
and it's up to his discretion, again, following other purchasing guidelines that are approved by the state,
Yeah.
to engage those contractors.
So
this
do
is just
you,
one more
it just
for-
gives you an option to price somebody out?
This is just,
Get your best deal for the dollar?
we're adding a vendor. We're adding a vendor that
Well,
we could
that's what you're
potentially.
doing, right?
Yep.
Right.
But by doing this, are you still going to go out and compare prices from another vendor with this master service agreement, or are you just going to automatically go to this master service agreement?
Depending on what it is, like, I was thinking about the tree trimming.
Or tree trimming, are you planning to ask prices on tree trimming and compare it to what they're giving?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and I think that we're getting, I appreciate the diligence and the attention to detail here. I think that we're overcomplicating having just an additional vendor. We're not asking for any, they're not committing to any money, they're not committing to any services, they're just adding a vendor on it, something else to put in their tool belt.
I was going to put this on consent originally, but I thought y'all might have some questions, so I put it on the agenda. But-
Well, I guess what's kind of funny to me is that we don't have these master services agreements with other vendors, but now we're going to have this one master service agreement with just one vendor, but we're still going to do
Yeah, I
what
may
we
look
normally
at,
do.
well, I may look at, see what CPS can provide us as well. I want to have more than one. It just so happens, like I said, they showed up on our doorstep and offered these two opportunities, and I was like, yeah, we want to look at both of those. Because it doesn't cost us anything. Let's do that.
If you look at certain companies, they require a master service agreement. You look at other other companies, and they just will do individual work, and so this just gives us the opportunity to.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll offer a motion to authorize the city administrator to enter into a master services agreement with Medina Electric Cooperative as stated.
Great, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion passes, thank you. All right, the next one, if we're okay, let's push, let's skip the city utility policy for leak forgiveness. I do want to hit that next time.
Sure.
Okay. The next item, consider and take appropriate action for setting a date for specially called meeting. This is budget meeting, and so I think that, Deborah, you already sent something out?
I did, you're the only one that responded. You said 14th and 15th?
14th and 15th if we can.
Half days, like
Yeah.
noon to 5 or 1 to 5? What?
Yeah, something like that.
We kind of talked about this last time you were not here, Todd. I'm trying to do a retreat type thing with,
I apologize for that. I was going to say, I didn't get that, but no, I did get that.
No,
We're
I
talking about June
apologize for not
14th and
responding.
15th.
well, and that's why I have a calendar in there in case y'all, that week that we
Can I
suggest-
respond to you?
Sure,
Okay.
right now, or we?
No,
we're doing this
later.
right now.
Oh, you need it right
That's
now?
the goal.
Well,
Oh, my.
that's why we have that, because it's the week in between the council meetings to where, we can,
14th and 15th, half a day each? Is that what
if
you're
that's good for y'all, that's a Monday
In the
and
afternoon.
Tuesday.
Monday
okay
and
with me.
Tuesday. And you're saying noon to?
5?
Yeah, what I thought we'd do is basically a working lunch, but, anybody who can't
I'll
get there
feed
at
you
noon.
pudding.
Yeah, we'll feed you at noon and we'll try to feed you again at 5.
Uh,
And I don't know if it'll be here. We'll pick the venue after we pick the dates.
The only thing that would throw me off is if my wife had a doctor's appointment,
Okay.
but I'm free otherwise.
Well, that whole week, I mean, it's up to y'all. If you want to give us 2 dates maybe, and that way you can go back and check and,
Well, right now, I
I'm
can
gonna
give you
say
any 2
yes.
days that week.
pardon,
I can give you any 2 afternoons that week.
okay.
That's good for me.
Are y'all? Good.
I'm going to say yes.
I'm good.
Okay. Why don't we say that week,
14th and 15th.
14th and 15th, with Todd's wife having veto capability over that?
Well, when you get back, and that way you can just let us know, because if everybody's open that
Well,
week,
and
we
we're
can just-
kind of flying by the seat of our pants here lately too, so
Okay,
But now, the
I'm just
sooner...
going to gamble I can make it.
okay.
Well, and I guess if we want to do 14th, 15th, but if something changes, Todd, then,
I can throw it back at you.
yeah, we'll bend it
What
and
if you
we'll
don't do
push it.
maybe 2 days in a row, you might continue 14th and.
I'm
I'm
gonna-
probably going to send you all some homework that will help, even if you aren't able to be there. It'll be a way for you to have a voice at the table, but it's also some stuff that I'm gonna try to collect prior to the meeting,
Okay.
so that we can make the meeting, because it's just not a lot of time. One day, we're gonna talk about priorities, and the other day, we're gonna talk about budget. It's probably the way that's gonna work out. By priorities, I mean capital planning type stuff.
So I don't think you need a motion on this one, this is just direction, right?
Scheduling.
So we'll go, and the reason is my calendar does fill
And
up.
so
Right
what-
now,
what
it's
do we-
open, but we're going to go for the 14th,
I'm sorry.
15th.
Go ahead.
What are we talking about time-wise?
Just
12 to
and I'd
5?
say noon to 5.
Noon to 5, yeah.
Noon to 5.
That's what my week was.
I'm hungry.
Come on here, come home, baby.
I had 2 holes.
All right.
They're filled.
Next item is,
15th, they're good.
so can we skip over the
They were only
legislative
open holes.
updates?
Well, she only has a couple items, and
Okay.
while she's doing that,
You just want to keep us all night.
Oh, no, not on
Let's don't go down to that, past that 93 minutes, or whatever's on that.
Yeah, I apologize for this, we're trying to get better, keep from going late like this. Every once in a while, we have to do it.
So, just basically a week more or less to go before the legislature completes, or the legislature concludes. I believe it's next Tuesday. So the things that have been high interest and high target really don't affect the city of Castroville all that much. And I say that because what's been high profile has been the police defunding, which is, even if it passes, isn't going to affect the city of Castroville because we are not going to meet those population limits that are going to be put in place. One of the bills, and so I'm just going to kind of like skip over that one because it's just not going to apply to us. They're looking at counties $250,000 more population. Those are going to be the targets for any of that, quote, police defunding or legislation that would prevent that. And we just not going to fall within population-wise and budget-wise. And beyond all that, Castroville just has good sense and they're not going to defund their police.
That is correct.
So that's been really high profile, a lot of talk about it, but it's just not going to be applicable. One of the bills that is very much on the fence right now, and that one's going to come down to the wire, is going to be the change in the definition of what is considered debt. So right now, when we go to set the tax rates, they have a long tax rates, right? Tax rate is it's maintenance operation, and then it's your INS, it's your sinking fund, it's your debt obligation. And so the talk has been to change what the definition of what debt is, so that when the legislature puts a cap as to how much increase you can have, if that change goes into effect, it will also limit what the city's debt obligation is going to be. Because right now, cities, you can issue certificates of obligation without having to go to the taxpayers. If this definition of debt changes, even certificates of obligations would have to go to taxpayers, in order to get those monies with which to do your capital improvement projects and those high priority projects and those high dollar projects. And that's going to go down to the wire. The bill that came out of the House, for lack of a better term, stunk. The Senate has really cleaned that bill up so that at this point TML is saying if those cleanups work and it gets approved with those cleanups, it would not have as big of an impact on the cities as originally thought. Because if they limit what you can do, and if you, right now in this political climate, if you have to put everything to the taxpayers to issue debt in order to get your projects done,
Gonna get done?
it's just not going to get done.
Well, it also adds a cost. I mean, every time you gotta take your
Election.
voters,
Election.
I don't wanna try to hide things from folks, but there is a cost. This last election cost us
yeah.
almost 10 grand, and we only had like, however many, less than 400 voters show. So you look at the cost per voter, it's pretty expensive. Anyway.
Yeah, so that debt restriction, that one's coming down to the end. The community censorship bill is making its way, again, this came up last legislation. Basically, there is a group of legislators that want to
Silence us.
silence the cities, and they want to be able to keep TML from giving cities their input on what's good legislation, what's bad legislation. So they're trying to declare them lobbyists, and if they're lobbyists, then they can't do certain things for the city. And so they're trying to backdoor in to keep cities from being able to have a voice and a seat at the table.
That's especially detrimental to us.
It's nuts.
Yes,
I know.
and really what's happening is what they want to do is they want to limit the voices of Austin, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. But for whatever reason, the legislators just cannot seem to grasp the concept of carve out. If you want to hit particular cities, carve them out and say, you shall not do.
And they've
X,
done
Y,
it
and
before.
Z.
They can't do it by name, but they can do it by population.
They can do it by
And that'd
population.
be an easy way to do that.
It's a very easy way to do that because the vast majority of local governments are going to be very, very conservative and very conservative with how they spend their constituents' money because you see these folks, right? Any of y'all go to Walmart or go to the store or do whatever, you're going to bump into your folks. You're going to see them at church. You're going to see them at your civic community group. So those sorts of things don't impact, have a very detrimental to local government, and it doesn't target who they want to target. And maybe one of these days they'll figure that one out. But that one seems to have died. The law enforcement funding, there we go. Like I said, that's not going to target us so much. The property tax rate calculations during a disaster, if that one passed, it would not necessarily affect Castroville as much as some other areas. So right now, when you're calculating your tax rate, if you have a declared disaster, i.e. COVID, there was a process to where you could try to get an 8% increase in your taxes. And that bill right now is looking to limit that to, I believe, it was 2 point something, it was less than 3%. And what they've done right now is they're cleaning that up as well so that you actually have to show damage from whatever that disaster was. And so a lot of cities don't necessarily have, quote, as much damage from certain types of disasters. An easy way to think of it, folks along the coast, when Hurricane Harvey hit them, that damage was tangible, right? It was physical damage, and you could quantify it much more easily than you could, pandemic costs, once you factor out, Fed money, state money, that sort of thing. So that's why I say, even if that gets limited, the city of Castroville isn't necessarily going to be impacted quite as hard. But knock on wood, because, Mother Nature has not been our best friend here of late, with the tax freeze. That was a big, or with the Snowmageddon, that was a big issue across the state. And of course, there was a lot of other issues that played into, the city of Castroville having damages, from that type of storm. But overall, long term, generally, smaller cities aren't going to see, absence, some sort of hand of God, finger of God type of issue. Castroville is generally not going to be looking to jump on some fabricated disaster to
As
try
long
to
as
get,
the dam holds, we're fine.
right, exactly. Police reality shows.
Damnable.
Yes.
Yeah, police reality shows, that one doesn't affect us so much. That one's getting a lot of high play, I don't know why. Annexations, portions of a highway system. So right now, in the government code, there is this snafu that says, if you are only contingent to a city via a county road or a county or a state highway roadway system or something, you had to jump through hoops in order to make your annexation work. There again, doesn't necessarily affect Castroville quite as much, simply because of who is surrounding the city and who is potentially going to be looking to annex. They are actually contiguous to the city. We're not having to use a roadway to try to gain that, to meet that factor of being contiguous. But that's going to just kind of clean up that language. Building codes. So the City of Castroville, I think y'all are working with 2015 and 2018 international codes as to building codes, health codes, all your codes.
We're using 2012.
Oh, 2012? Okay. Because I thought some of y'all were even more recent than that.
We might have had to adopt like the electric, because usually you have to do that one, but any of the ones that we didn't have to adopt, they're in 12.
Okay. So two bills that are going to touch on that is one is making everybody come up to at least 2012, and there again, like I said, Castroville, you're already there, so that doesn't impact you overly much. And then two, the second bill that could impact that, if you decide to upgrade, there will now be a requirement that you have a public hearing with your adoption of an upgraded code or any amendments to your code. So that one's a big deal. Body-worn cameras, that's a really big one this year, and I know Chief has already been working on body-worn camera policy.
Yep.
But the rules, which it will very likely, update, it passed the House, very likely will pass the Senate, is that you will be required to have it on, because right now there's an option, within your policies, and that complies with state law, that an officer at their discretion, if they feel that they're now to a point in an investigation where they don't need that camera on anymore, or they're not capturing, information that really is going to impact the investigation, they have the ability to turn the camera off, if that's local policy. And so if this legislation goes through, it means that, if you attend an incident, your camera goes on, and it stays on until the incident ends. Most cities and most policies are already kind of built that way.
And we don't have cameras, so we have one.
But the grants and all of that goes through, and you have those. That's going to be a big deal. But of course, all of that stemming from all the chaos that happened, stemming from last year. A potential detrimental bill that it looks like it's died. I apologize. I don't have that update on that one for sure.
Well, we did say the highlights, and you've already exceeded the 2 minutes that I thought.
Okay.
And you're the mayor. I'm just saying, So I did want to point this out to y'all. We are members of the Texas Municipal League. We participate in their insurance. They insure our buildings, insure our vehicles, insure our people. We have their health insurance. So we are locked in as TML in a lot of different ways. And they're also our advocates of the state, as you heard our attorney state. I just want to state, TML.org, great reference for all kinds of things for elected officials. If you haven't been there in the last 8 months, shame on you. There's probably something there that you missed. So it's something I recommend that you go to on a regular basis. It doesn't have to be daily or weekly, but at least once a month take time to go just check out the website, because there's probably something on there that you're going to want to ask me about that'll make me go, I haven't thought about that, because it's there. It's really intended for our elected officials. They've got an update, and it's maybe hard to see with the lights on, but TML, May 21, 2021, number 19, that's their legislative update, and it hits a lot of the things that our attorney just talked about. Here's the bad bills, here's the ones that are getting attention. They give you that.
Because there's always over 2,700 bills filed.
Right.
And
On the
so-
left is, and you can go through all of them. On the left is the prior updates, if you really want to do that, but I would suggest just pick the most current one. That's the one that probably is the most relevant at any given
Yeah.
time.
But we're getting this on our,
Yes, you do.
in our computers already.
Yeah, you should be getting an email probably.
Yes.
Because if you're registered as an elected official in TML, which you are, because we
You're
update
gonna
that,
be
you
getting
should be getting emails, yes.
So we should be reading them, which I do, but we should be reading
Yeah,
them.
we get a lot of mail though. I'll be honest, I don't read every email I get from TML, but try to do it at least once a month.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's no way you can keep up with 2,700 bills.
For sure. Thank you for letting me put you on the spot with
Oh.
legislative updates.
Not at all. And only 6 more days to go before the session ends, so we'll see what happens. It'll be a mad scramble.
Tell the special sessions.
Right.
All right,
Staff reports.
staff reports. All
Do
right,
that one really quick.
are you going to go through that, or are we just,
No, so if you have any questions,
yeah, don't say
you can
anything
ask
about,
me questions. I will state that one of the issues that's touched on in the airport report is zoning and airport zoning. There was an ordinance passed, ordinance 245. I need to go look at it. I think it established the zoning of the airport property itself. I don't know that it actually affected the airport, the property around it. That's one of the things I have to verify. But one of the things that we need to do, and I'll be coming back to you, is to reestablish that airport zoning board, especially for things like the West Side West Side story that we're talking about, which is development that's in and around that airport, without getting into any detail here. So I'll be just put that on your radar to be coming back on a future agenda.
great. And the key takeaway from that, I think, is don't upset Clint Eastwood.
Maybe.
He's rather clever. I think he just wanted to make sure we were reading it.
Are we talking the airport? Yes.
Yeah. All right. We're going to go back to executive session. I apologize, but we need to get this taken care of. So we're going to go, let's see, the agenda item is the city council will meet in closed session under provisions of the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, entitled Consultation with Attorney, and section 551.085, entitled Deliberation Regarding Economic Development Negotiations. The topics that we are going to discuss are West Side Story, establishment of Economic Development Corporation, Alsatian Oaks, and Clean Sweep. We're going to go into executive session at 8:26.
Live stream will stay on as long as you can. And it doesn't matter, he's doing the time. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
She's like, talk fast.
They're not normally this late.
Yeah, that's all my contact family. So it's we're trying.
out here on the street. Good job. I always hate those are, especially when kids are calling.
Yeah, I hate it. And like when I talked to the Jerry Thomas got right outside by grass, for some people and everything. And still, you see those kids, you see them. Will be
Protected her. Who was that?
Bruce Berman. He's doing a lot of work on
Yes.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, he saw it so long. That's all the creating here.
You always want to blame somebody else.
You got a pretty good work through for, you got all the TVs, POMs, he's fired.
What
You
kind
got
of
a courses.
Oh,
No, you know.
join the rest of the
Yeah,
world.
yeah. Does he have to put the shame on? Does he have that cone?
You already ripped it off for me.
Have you ever seen him do it? Well, it's pretty neat.
I don't know.
What they do is you gotta open it and then there's a center. So they'll move it, but then you tie off. And so it's pretty cool to see.
It's in with today's
Yeah.
population.
All right. These are, I forwarded you that thing for Alesso. They're pushing it forward. So
I'll check.
you should be good to go. It's just kind of an update.
That's good, man. That's gonna save us some money on some rifles and some shotguns and all that. Maybe we'll get an MRAP. It'd be nice to have one decked out for these
I'll submit it.
emergencies.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Terry to rescan me those things so they're separated because she sent them on one email. You can't separate.
Because it really, all it'll cost is to get it wrapped, put some lights on it.
And you gotta make sure the maintenance.
Well,
I'll
maintenance will
have
be
you
good.
with maintenance.
I'll be taking it up there to channel.
And then we gotta get someone through the course, because I've never driven one. We had
Where are the courses?
probably Fort Hood. Somewhere, I don't know how they.
So I want more than one person.
Yeah. I don't know how they run those courses on so big, so I probably have to reach out to like SAP repair. Is that what they have?
Somebody's got something. We'll find
Yeah.
something. Anyway, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
We'll go home. I'm tired.
I'm gonna be here.
I know.
For me today, I'm not.
Good. The mounting bracket, have you seen it? It's supposed to be flush with the wall like this. You know the two ends that the two we couldn't get, it's like this.
Oh, we're gonna have to do something.
Just if you get two more of those wings or get like four just in case someone screws up again. Should be all right. But it's not flush. Me and Ryan endorsed on
We'll
it.
get it. We'll get it. We'll fix it.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Bye. Yes, sir.
social distancing.
What, you guys get to stay late?
Yep. I had so much fun around it, they told me no day.
Is there nobody here? My back was open, these are.
No, I'm here. Thank you for pulling my son out. Oh, no problem. I'm just saying he's okay.
Okay.
Pulling the sun out of what?
I fell to the river.
Oh, goodness.
At the park?
It's morning, they put in work right away, right?
At the park, Herb?
Being here already, so they're sitting down.
At the park?
No, my son is an alcoholic. He's caught in the middle of the river at midnight,
At where though?
drowning. Well, he pulled him out, Young's Crossing.
Oh,
He went
Young's
in,
Crossing.
He went in further up.
Just want to make sure.
Everybody knows it.
That's all right.
Okay, we're gonna reconvene.
Nobody's left
Okay.
but us chickens. What's
All
the
right, we
deal?
are reconvening in open session at 9:38. Okay, so, where are we?
There's no action.
No action. Okay, that one's over. Discussion of future agenda items. Could you guys just email it?
Oh, my God.
We've got enough stuff right now.
Yeah.
Perfect, okay, great. Well, we're through our agenda, unless there's any problem with it. We are adjourned at 9:39.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
What's your schedule like tomorrow? You got time to